Hey everyone, and welcome to Slumber Reads. Tonight we have 2 hours of horror stories. I hope you all enjoy them. Sometimes I get comments asking if stories ever freak me out, and the answer is sometimes they do, and I think we have a couple of them in this video. If you do enjoy, please be sure to drop a like rating. Liking the video helps out immensely. Subscribing if you are new is also very much appreciated, as I post content just like this roughly every 5 days. That's at least what I aim for. Anyways, sit back, do whatever it is they do to relax, enjoy the 2 hours of horror stories with no mid-roll ads except for the ad break after this intro. There will not be any more ad breaks after that one. And as always, I hope you all have a great night. The name's Malachi, but almost everyone calls me Kai. From 2014 until the fall of 2019, I inspected underground mines. Most people hear mine inspector and picture someone wearing a hard hat while walking through tunnels with a clipboard. That's not entirely wrong, but it leaves out most of the job. I inspected active limestone mines, underground storage facilities, and old tunnels beneath properties where someone wanted to build a house, road, or commercial building. Sometimes I worked up to 1,000 feet underground. Other times, I crawled through openings barely wide enough for my shoulders because a farmer had discovered a hole in his pasture and wanted to know whether his cattle were going to disappear into it, or a wolf's den. My job was to identify unstable roof conditions, failed supports or beams, dangerous gases, flooding, and any evidence that the ground above might collapse. The equipment I carried consisted usually of a gas monitor, measuring tape, camera, marking paint, and a 20-ounce scaling hammer. The hammer was used to tap the roof and walls of a tunnel. Solid rocks usually produces a sharp, clean sound. Loose rock sounded hollow, and sometimes echoes. You learn to hear the difference quickly. You also learn that not every hollow sound came from loose rock, but we can chat about that later. I didn't grow up wanting to inspect mines. I grew up near Fredericktown. My father worked maintenance at a limestone quarry, and 2 of my uncles spent most of their adult lives in the lead belt. Underground work was just something people did. My father hated that I followed him into it. He didn't expect me to be a doctor, but he sure didn't want me working the mines. He once told me, "The ground didn't care whether you were a good person, whether you had children, or whether someone was waiting for you at home. It only has to make one mistake," he said. "You have to be correct every day." At the time, I thought he was talking about cave-ins. Now, though, I'm not so sure. I began working for a private geological company in June 2014, close to the silver mine that you can find in between Ironton and Junction City. We contracted with mine operators, insurance companies, and property owners. I was 25 at the time, recently married and convinced that my associate's degree made me smarter than the others who had spent 30 years underground. It took about 3 weeks for that attitude to fade. My first supervisor was a man named Dale. Dale was 58 when I met him. He had a gray mustache, a permanent limp, and hands that looked like they had been carved from old wood. He had worked in mines since the late 70s, a no-nonsense kind of guy. He didn't tell ghost stories. That was important. Most miners did. They talked about Tommy knockers, moving lights, and dead men tapping from behind the walls. Most of it was something to pass the time. Dale never participated. If someone mentioned hearing voices in an empty heading, he blamed the ventilation. I'll try and explain terms that I'll be using. A heading in a mine refers to a tunnel that's been driven through to reach a mineral deposit. It allows miners to access ore and set up further workings. If someone saw a light where no light should have been, he called it a reflection. If equipment moved by itself, he said someone had forgotten where they left it. That was one of the reasons I trusted him. The first strange thing happened less than a month after I started. July 2014. We were inspecting an abandoned limestone mine, a small town called Edina. The mine had closed sometime in the early 90s, and a company was considering using part of it for underground document storage. Old limestone mines are often shaped like enormous grids. The miners remove sections of rock while leaving large pillars behind to support the roof. Some chambers are wide enough to drive several trucks side by side. The mine was dry, stable, and boring. That was exactly what we wanted. That was our favorite. Dale and I had been underground for about 2 hours when we reached the northern end. According to the map, the workings ended at a solid wall of limestone. Dale marked our location while I checked the roof. I struck it with my hammer. Sharp. Solid. I struck the wall a second time. Sharp. I moved a few feet to the right and struck it a third time. 3 knocks answered from the other side. I lowered my hammer. Dale looked up from the map. What? Did you hear that? Hear what? I hit the wall again. 3 strikes. We waited. 3 knocks came back. They were evenly spaced. Dale walked over and put his palm against the limestone. Probably another heading behind it, I said. No way. He checked the map. There's nothing behind this wall but 60 feet of rock. I hit the wall once. 1 knock answered. Twice. 2 knocks. I smiled nervously. Somebody's screwing with us. Dale grabbed the hammer from my hand impatiently. He hit the wall 5 times in an uneven pattern. Knock, knock, knock. Pause. Knock, knock. The answer came immediately. It repeated the exact pattern. Dale didn't smile. He handed the hammer back to me. We're done with this section. What do you think it is? Water. That doesn't sound like water. Then it's rock. He started walking away. I followed. As we reached the next intersection, 5 more knocks came from somewhere behind us. The same pattern. Dale never mentioned it again. I did tell my father, though. He listened quietly, and then asked where the mine was located. When I told him, he said, "Don't knock on things if you ain't know what's knocking back." I laughed. He didn't. His eyes seemed to pierce through me as my laugh faded. During my first year, I heard plenty of sounds that seemed strange until someone explained them. Water running through fractures could sound like whispering. The kind that you don't understand but doesn't freak you out either. Air moving through a borehole could whistle like a person calling from far away. A borehole is a hole drilled in the earth that helps allow mineral resource extraction. The roof sometimes cracked with a noise like a gunshot. Metal pipes grew and contracted. Loose stones slid across the floor even when no one touched it. Underground, sound didn't behave the way it did on the top. It traveled through rock, disappeared into open chambers, and returned from directions that made no sense, even to an experienced miner. That was what I told myself about the knocking. In February 2015, Dale and I were sent to an old lead mine in St. Francois County, somewhere close to Farmington. The mine had been closed for years, decades. A landowner had discovered water flowing from an old drainage tunnel and was worried that the workings extended beneath his property. Collapses are often the culprit. We entered through a horizontal opening cut into the side of a hill. The tunnel was narrower compared to the limestone mines I had been inside. Timber supports lined portions of the passage, although most of them had rotted or collapsed. The air smelled like wet clay and rust. We were only supposed to travel about 800 feet before reaching a flooded section. At 600 feet, we found fresh boot prints. The prints were deep and sharply defined in the mud, as if they were just created. Someone had walked farther into the mine. No prints came back out. Dale crouched beside them to get a better look. Could be the property owner, I said. He said he's ain't never been inside. Kids? Maybe. We followed the tracks deeper. They were made by an old-style work boot with a wide heel. The person had taken unusually long steps, as if they'd been running. The prints continued until the tunnel ended at a pool of black water. They went directly into it. I shined my light across the surface. The water filled the passage from wall to wall. "Maybe there's a ledge," I said. Dale shook his head. The old mine map showed that the tunnel dropped nearly 30 feet beyond that point. Anyone who walked into the water would have disappeared almost immediately. We called the landowner and asked whether anyone was missing in the towns. No one was reported to have been missing to his recollection. The sheriff's department sent 2 deputies and a dive team. They found no body. They also found no footprints near the entrance except ours. According to them, the tracks began nearly 500 feet inside the mine. The official explanation was that they were old prints preserved by the stable conditions underground. That was possible. What wasn't possible were the prints were filling slowly with water while we watched. Later that year, I started hearing the footsteps. They didn't happen in every mine I was in. They usually occurred in old mines where the air was still and there was no active equipment. I would be walking with Dale or another inspector and hear someone behind us. A slow, dragging step. Another step. If we stopped, it stopped. If we continued, it followed. Whenever I turned around, the tunnel was empty. The first few times I assumed it was an echo. Then, during an inspection near Joplin, I heard the footsteps while standing still. This was a first. Dale and I had stopped to examine a fractured support pillar. Something approached from the darkness behind us. Step, drag, step, drag. It was moving slowly, but it was definitely getting closer. Dale stared through me. "Keep your light forward," he said. "Why?" "Just do it." The footsteps continued. Step, drag, step, drag. Small stones slid behind us. I felt the muscles in my back tighten like a torqued screw. "Is someone there?" I yelled. The footsteps stopped. Dale closed his eyes. From the darkness, my own voice answered, "Is someone there?" It sounded far away, but it was undoubtedly me. The words echoed through the tunnel. Then the footsteps began moving again. Faster this time. Dale grabbed my arm and pushed me toward the exit. We didn't run, because running underground is how people trip. Crack skulls or fall into holes they didn't see. Mines are notoriously dark. But we walked as swiftly as we could. The footsteps followed for nearly 10 minutes. When we reached daylight, Dale made me stay outside while he stood at the entrance. "What are you doing?" I asked. "Listening." "For what?" He didn't answer. After several minutes, he stepped away from the opening. On the drive back, he spoke up. "Never answer something underground unless you want to see who you're talking to." "That was an echo." "No." "You think somebody was following us?" "No." "Then what was it?" Dale looked through the windshield. "I don't know." That was the first time I ever heard him admit that. My wife noticed changes in me before I did. Her name was Kelsey. We had been married for just over 2 years when she told me I had started talking in my sleep. I asked what I said during my dreams. "You count," she replied. "Count what?" "I don't know. You get to 50 or 60 and start over." I laughed and told her it was probably because I spent all day measuring tunnels. A few weeks later, she woke me by turning on the bedroom light. I was standing beside the wall with one hand pressed against it. "What are you doing?" she asked. I had no idea. The wall separated our bedroom from the hallway. I told her I must have been sleepwalking. She stared at my hand. My knuckles were bleeding. There were 3 small dents in the drywall. In 2016, our company received a contract to document abandoned workings beneath a property in the Ozarks. The landowner planned to build cabins near an old mine opening. Nobody knew exactly what had been mined there. Some records described it as an iron prospect. Others called it a lead exploration tunnel. We relied on rumors. The main passage extended straight into a ridge. It was barely 6 feet high, and wide enough for one person at a time. Dale stayed outside because his bad knee had been bothering him. I entered with another inspector named Ryan. Ryan was younger than me, and had worked for the company for about 6 months. About 400 feet inside, we found a side tunnel that wasn't shown on any of the available maps. It had been sealed with stacked rocks. The wall had partially collapsed, leaving an opening near the top. Cold air flowed through the gap. Ryan shined his light inside. Looks open to me. We're not supposed to enter undocumented areas. We're supposed to document them. He had a point, although I didn't like it. We removed several loose rocks and widened the opening. The tunnel beyond was different from the rest of the mine. The main passage had been drilled and blasted. This means that the drill rigs drilled the walls and then blasted with explosives. They were irregular and scarred with tool marks. The hidden tunnel had smooth walls. Not perfectly smooth, but rounded, almost polished. The floor sloped downward. We crawled through. After about 50 feet, the passage widened into a circular chamber. In the center stood an iron chair. That's the best way I can describe it. It looked handmade. Thick metal plates had been welded together to form a seat. Back and 4 short legs. Leather straps hung from the armrests. Ryan laughed nervously. What the hell? I took several photographs. We would normally take pictures for a few reasons. One is for safety and training. The second is for documentation and progress tracking. There were scratches on the floor around the chair, like someone had dragged it repeatedly across the chamber. The walls were covered in names. Some were carved deeply into the rock. Others appeared to have been written in charcoal. Most were too faded to read. Not all of them. Ryan walked around the chair. Don't touch it, I said. I'm not. He leaned closer. There's something underneath. Bolted to the bottom of the seat was a metal plate. Ryan read it aloud. Malachi. I thought he was joking. What? He pointed. My full first name had been engraved into the metal. Not Kai. Malachi. The spelling was correct. People usually spelt it as M-A-L-A-C-H-I, whereas I spell it with I-C-H-I. My mother had used an I because she liked the way it looked. Ryan knew me only as Kai. Did Dale put you up to this? I asked. Ryan stepped away. I didn't do that. I crouched beside the chair. Below my name was a date. September 19th, 2019. At the time, that was more than 3 years away. I took a photograph. The camera flashed. Something moved in the tunnel behind us. A shadow crossed the opening. Ryan turned. Dale? No one answered. Our radios produced only static. Then a man began humming somewhere deeper inside the mine. It was a song my dad used to sing while working on cars. I hadn't heard it since I was a kid. I stood so fast that I hit my head on the low ceiling. Time to go. Ryan didn't argue. We climbed through the opening and replaced the rocks. When we reached the entrance, Dale was sitting on the hood of the truck. He asked why we had been underground for almost 4 hours. I checked my watch. We had entered the hidden tunnel at 10:16 a.m. It was now after 2 p.m. It had felt like 15 minutes. I showed Dale the photographs. The chamber was visible. The chair was visible, but the metal plate beneath it was blank. My name and the date had disappeared. We returned the following morning with the property owner. The side tunnel was no longer there. The wall where we had originally found, it was solid stone. No stacked rocks. Solid, unbroken rock. Ryan quit 2 weeks later. He never told me why, but I had my suspicions. I tried contacting him several years ago, but his phone number had been disconnected. I couldn't find him online. According to one of our former co-workers, Ryan's family claimed he had never worked in mining. They said he had been a school teacher. I still have photographs of him wearing our company uniform. At least, I did. When I checked recently, he was missing from most of them. There were empty spaces where he had been standing, but the gaps were noticeable. Around 2017, I had become a senior field inspector. The promotion came with better pay, a company truck, and the responsibility of training new inspectors. I stopped talking about the eerie things. I learned that from Dale. I didn't mention the footsteps. I didn't tell anyone about the chair. I didn't explain why I refused to enter a mine alone. The job was dangerous enough without people thinking I was unstable. Most inspections remained completely normal. I saw roof collapses, flooded mine shafts, and equipment abandoned so long that tree roots had grown through it. I found animal bones, rusted tools, and old lunch tins. Once I found a newspaper from 1951 that looked as like it had been left there the day before. Another time, we discovered an underground room containing hundreds of glass jars filled with a cloudy and peculiar liquid. We notified the police and left them alone. They turned out to be homemade mineral samples. There was mostly an explanation. Mostly. In August 2017, we inspected a working limestone mine outside a small town in central MO near Branch. That just means the mine operated during the day. Our inspection began after the workers had left, because management wanted us to examine an area near active blasting. There were 4 of us. Me, Dale, a structural engineer named Allison, and a safety technician named Mark. Allison was 32, smart and impatient. She had no time for stories about haunted mines. Mark was nearing retirement and had worked underground almost as long as Dale. We entered shortly after 7 p.m. The mine had electrical lighting in the main corridors for the workers, but the section we were inspecting was dark. At around 10 p.m., Allison stopped. "Who's the 5th person?" she asked. We turned. No one was behind us. "What do you mean?" "I keep seeing another light down the hatch." Mark glanced at Dale. "Where?" "Behind Kai." I looked over my shoulder. The tunnel was empty. Allison pointed farther back. "There." For a split second I saw it. A small yellow light floating near the floor. It looked like an old carbide lamp. Carbide lamps haven't been common in decades. They were the type of flashlight that had a giant lens that looked like an old camera flash. The light moved behind a support pillar. Dale raised his radio. "Control, can you confirm all personnel are accounted for?" The answer came through clearly. "All personnel accounted for. 4-person inspection team underground." Allison walked toward the pillar. Dale blocked her. "Don't follow it." She looked annoyed. "Someone could be down here." "No one's down here." "Then what did we see?" "A reflection." "From what?" Dale didn't answer. The yellow light appeared again 2 pillars farther away. It was moving against us, deeper into the mine. Mark counted aloud. 1, 2, 3, 4. "What are you doing?" Allison asked. "Confirming." We continued working. Every 20 or 30 minutes, the light would glow behind us. It never came closer. It just followed. Before leaving the mine, we stopped for a group photograph near the mine entrance. Management wanted it for a safety presentation. A superior took the picture. The next morning, Allison emailed it to us. There were 5 people standing together. The 5-man was behind me. He wore dirty coveralls and an old metal helmet. Coveralls are different from overalls. They are a one-piece type of clothing that covers the entire body. They help protect the harsh environments of the mine. His face was hidden because he was looking downward. One hand rested on my shoulder. I hadn't felt it. Allison called my cell phone. "Who is that?" I could sense her frustration growing. "I don't know." "Mark says there were only 4 of us." "There were." Dale won't answer his phone. This isn't surprising. I printed the photograph and took it to Dale's house. He studied it from his kitchen table. After a while, he opened a drawer and removed another photograph. It showed a group of miners standing outside a tunnel entrance. The photograph was dated 1978. A younger version of Dale stood near the center. Behind him was the same man, same helmet, same coveralls, same downward tilted head. His hand rested on Dale's shoulder. "We called him the Counter," Dale said. "Why?" "Because he shows up when there's one more person underground than there should be." "What does that mean?" "It means somebody doesn't come back." I looked at the old photograph. "Who didn't come back?" Dale pointed toward a young man standing beside him. "My brother." I had worked with Dale for 3 years, and he never mentioned he had a brother. "He disappeared underground?" "Roof collapse. We never recovered his body." "Oh, what does this have to do with the photograph?" "We saw the extra light for 3 nights before the accident happened." I looked again at the picture from our inspection. The man's hand was on my shoulder. "Are you saying I'm going to die?" "No." "Then what are you saying?" "I'm just saying don't be the last person out." For the next 2 years, I never was. Not a chance. When entering a mine, I made someone go ahead of me. When leaving, I stayed in the middle of the group. I knew it was an irrational fear, but I did it anyway. My marriage ended during that period. Kelsey said I had become distant, different. She mentioned I woke her at night by walking around the house with a flashlight. I checked closets, the basement, and the space beneath our porch. Sometimes I would count the rooms in my sleep. Sometimes I stood in doorways and listened. I don't remember doing any of it. One morning she found me in the basement tapping the concrete foundation with a hammer. She asked what I was doing. I told her there was a hollow space behind the wall. There wasn't. At least, there shouldn't have been. Kelsey moved out in January 2018. I don't blame her. After she left, I began volunteering for more inspections. Idle hands is the devil's workshop, my grandmother used to say. Being underground was easier than being home. The mind stayed busier that way. This probably sounds strange considering everything I've described, but underground, I knew why I was afraid. On the top, I heard the footsteps everywhere. In store aisles, parking garages, the hallway outside my apartment. Step, drag, step, drag. Whenever I turned around, no one was ever there. In May 2018, Dale retired. I knew I was alone for real this time. There was no ceremony. He cleared his desk on a Friday afternoon and left his hard hat hanging on the wall. Before he went, he gave me a scaling hammer. It was old with a leather-wrapped handle, worn smooth by decades of use. "You'll need this more than I will," he said. I asked him why he had decided to retire. He looked toward the empty hallway outside the office. "I started hearing my brother." "Underground?" "No." He left before I could ask anything else. Our final project together had been inspection of an abandoned mine called Black Hollow. That wasn't its official name, but every local called it Black Hollow. The mine was located on private land. A logging company had discovered several sinkholes near an access road and wanted to know whether the old workings were collapsing. Very little documentation existed. This is pretty normal. The mine appeared briefly on a state map from the 1920s and vanished from later records. We entered through a partially collapsed drift near the bottom of a ravine. A drift is where the entry is horizontal and usually accesses the minerals directly instead of having to walk the whole time. The passage continued straight for nearly 2,500 feet. That part was unusual. Exploration mines normally led toward promising mineral deposits. Black Hollow had been driven directly beneath the ridge without any obvious effort to follow one. The tunnel walls were covered in small square recesses. Each was about 5 inches deep. Some contained rusted nails and bolt anchors. Others contained scraps of cloth, animal teeth, or small bundles of hair tied with string. I photographed everything. Dale didn't. He walked with his eyes fixed on the floor. "What were these for?" I asked. "Not sure." "You've been here before?" He stopped. "How do you know that?" "You recognized the entrance." Dale looked back the way we had come. "I was here once." "When?" 1978. "With your brother?" He nodded. "What happened?" "We entered through a different opening." "There's only one entrance, though." "There was another back then." The tunnel ended at a vertical shaft. We couldn't see the bottom. Cold air rose from it, carrying the smell of soil after rain. There was a steel ladder attached to the wall. It looked new. The bolts showed no rust. "Did your former crew install that?" I asked. "No." I shined my light down the shaft. 150 meters. The ladder continued beyond the reach of the beam. Something climbed beneath us. The rungs vibrated. A faint metallic ringing echoed from below. I stepped away from the edge. Who else is down here? No one. The climbing continued, slow and steady. Dale lifted his hammer. The top of a helmet appeared in the darkness. It was an old metal mining helmet, the same kind worn by the man in the photographs. Dale grabbed my jacket. We ran. Behind us, something pulled itself out of the shaft. I heard metal scrape against stone. Then the footsteps followed. Step, drag, step, drag. As we neared the entrance, Dale began shouting his brother's name. "Eddie!" The footsteps stopped immediately. A man answered from deep inside the mine. "Dale?" The voice echoed what seemed like an hour. Dale turned. I grabbed him. "That isn't your brother." "Dale?" The voice called again. "I found the way out." Dale wrestled with me. It took everything I had to keep him moving. We reached daylight. For several minutes, neither of us spoke. Then Dale looked at me and said, "Don't ever go back in there." I promised I wouldn't. In September 2019, I broke that promise. The logging company had begun clearing land above Black Hollow. A section of access road collapsed, leaving a hole almost 30 feet across. Our company was asked to determine whether the rest of the road was safe. I refused the assignment. My manager reminded me that I was the senior inspector and the only current employee who had entered the mine previously. I told him to find someone else. He said the company would lose the contract. I still refused. The next morning, Allison called me. I hadn't worked with her since the mine where we saw the fifth light. She had been hired as the project engineer for the job. "I heard you're afraid of this one," she said. "I'm not afraid." "Then what's the problem?" "The mine is unstable. That's why we inspect it." "You don't understand." "Then explain it." I tried. I told her about the shaft, the old helmet, the voice that sounded like Dale's brother. Allison listened without interrupting. When I finished, she said, "You know Dale had early-stage dementia when he retired." I didn't know that, nor believed it. He was confusing places and dates. He probably told you stories that weren't accurate. I listened. I heard the voice. "Sound travels underground." I saw someone climbing the ladder. "You saw a helmet." "You were there when we saw the fifth light." "I saw a reflection." "What about the photograph?" Digital artifacts happen. I almost laughed. Why did you call me? Because I trust your judgment underground, even if I don't trust your explanation. She said the inspection team would include 4 people, myself and Allison, a safety technician named Rob, and a local surveyor named Thomas. I had heard about Thomas before. Thomas was nearly 60 and had worked around mines his entire life. He knew nothing about my previous inspection. We entered Black Hollow on September 19th, 2019. The date engraved beneath the iron chair. I considered backing out when I realized it. I didn't. That decision has bothered me more than any other in my entire life. The mine looked exactly as I remembered. Same narrow passage, same square recesses in the walls, same bundles of hair. Thomas stopped repeatedly to examine them. Memorial holes, he said. Memorial holes were created to commemorate a significant person, event, or loss. What does that mean? Allison asked. Some old mining communities place personnel items underground after a death. I've never heard of that. Neither have I. He smiled, but no one else did. We placed monitoring equipment near the entrance and continued inward. At roughly 300 feet, Rob noticed boot prints in the dust. 4 different sets. They traveled toward us. What time did the survey crew leave? He asked. There was no survey crew underground, Allison said. Thomas crouched by the tracks. These are fresh. The 4 sets of prints matched our boots. I placed mine beside one. Same size, same tread pattern. The right heel even had the same missing section where a piece of rubber had torn away. The tracks belonged to us. They had been made before we arrived. They continued deeper into the mine. Allison tried to explain them as prints from our previous inspection. I reminded her that she hadn't been there, and I had worn different boots at the time. We followed the tracks. They led to the vertical shaft. The steel ladder was no longer there. A narrow bridge of rocks crossed the opening. The footprints continued over it. I don't remember that being here, I said as I thought back to that night. Allison looked at the map I had drawn in 2018. The tunnel ended at the shaft. Absolutely. Thomas tested the stone bridge with his hammer. Seems to be solid. He stepped onto it slowly. I began to grab his shoulder. We don't know what's on the other side. That's why we're here. Thomas crossed. Rob followed him. Allison went third. I stood alone at the edge trying to gather my thoughts. From the shaft, my own voice disappeared. Don't be the last person. I crossed swiftly. The passage continued beyond the shaft. The walls became more polished as we traveled. Eventually, the tool marks disappeared completely. The tunnel wasn't natural, but it didn't look mined either. It looked worn out, almost as if something gigantic moved through it back and forth for a very long time. The boot prints remained ahead of us, guiding us. After another 100 feet, we found a yellow survey mark painted on the wall. It was still wet. Thomas touched it. That's my paint, he exclaimed. He double-checked the spray can that was on his belt. The cap was still sealed. Farther ahead, we found another marker. Then another. Each had been placed exactly where Thomas normally marked survey stations. The final mark read, End of inspection. Below it included 4 vertical lines. Someone had crossed out the 4th. Rob turned towards me. You've been here before. No. Then who made these? I didn't answer. Allison raised her radio. The signal was filled with static. Then her own voice came through. Station 7 is stable. Moving to Station 8. Allison looked down at the radio. She hadn't transmitted anything. A second voice followed. Rob's. I can hear something ahead. Then came the warning. Kai, don't let it count us. Thomas whispered. What the hell? The radio crackled again. My voice came through last. "Leave Allison." She stared at me. What does that mean? I don't know. From farther down the tunnel, someone began screaming. It sounded like Allison. She was standing beside me. The scream came again. "Help me." Allison lifted her light. "That's not possible." The voice called my name. "Kai?" I grabbed Allison's arm before she could move. The light appeared ahead of us. A yellow carbide flame floated in the darkness. Behind it stood 4 people. An inspection team. They were about 150 feet away, partly hidden by the curve of the tunnel. One wore a white hard hat like Allison. One carried a survey pole like Thomas. One had Rob's orange reflective vest. The 4th wore my jacket. They were facing away from us. Rob whispered, "That's us." The other team began walking. Their lights moved farther into the tunnel. Thomas raised his camera and snapped a picture. The flash illuminated the passage like a bolt of lightning. For that 1/10 of a second, the figures weren't facing away anymore. They were facing towards us. Their heads were lowered like the previous photos I saw. I couldn't see their faces, but I knew. The figure wearing my jacket had one hand resting on Allison's shoulder, the same way the counter had touched mine. I remembered Dale's warning begin speaking in my head. Somebody doesn't come back. "We're leaving," I said. No one argued. We turned around. However, the stone bridge over the shaft was gone. The passage ended at the open pit. Allison looked at her map. "There's gotta be another route." "There isn't." Rob shined his light across the shaft. The opposite side was 20 feet away. Too far to jump. "We crossed here," Thomas said. "I know." The radio crackled. Dale's voice came through. "Kai?" I froze. Dale had retired more than a year earlier. "Kai, I found the ladder." A light disappeared below us. Then another, then dozens. Small yellow flames moved in the shaft like people climbing an invisible staircase. The metallic ringing began, coming toward us. Allison grabbed my sleeve. "What do we do?" I looked along the edge of the shaft. There was a narrow ledge on the right side. It might have been wide enough to cross if we pressed ourselves against the wall. Rob went first. Thomas followed. I told Allison to go next. She shook her head. "You gotta go first." Something struck the wall beneath us. Dust began falling from the ceiling. The yellow lights grew larger. Allison stepped onto the ledge. Halfway across, she stopped. "Kai?" "What?" She was staring into the shaft. "There's someone down there." "Keep moving." "It's me." A woman stood far below us. She wore Allison's white hard hat. Her face was turned upward. "Kai?" the woman called. The voice came from both the shaft and the Allison beside me. The woman below lifted one arm. She was holding Dale's scaling hammer. The hammer Dale gave me during his retirement, the one attached to my belt. I touched it to make sure it was still there. It was. The Allison on the ledge stared back at me. What is she holding? "Don't look at her." The woman below began climbing the wall. She didn't use a ladder. Her hands and feet pressed flat against the stone as she crawled upward. Allison screamed and hurried across. I followed her. The ledge crumbled beneath my final step. Rob caught my arm and pulled me onto the other side. We ran toward the entrance. The footsteps followed. Not one set. 4. Step, drag, step, drag. The radios played different fragments of conversations. Some were things we had said earlier. Others hadn't happened yet. I heard Rob crying. Thomas was praying. Allison saying she couldn't find her face. Then my voice said, "We left the wrong one." The footsteps moved closer. At the memorial holes, Thomas suddenly stopped. "What are you doing?" I shouted. He pointed. Inside was a wallet. His wallet. He removed the one from his pocket. Both were identical. He opened the wallet from the wall. Inside was his driver's license. The photograph showed Thomas wearing the old metal mining helmet. A folded note was tucked behind it. Thomas read the note slowly. His face went pale. Eyes glazed over. "What does it say?" Allison asked. He handed it to me. The note was written in my own handwriting. Thomas did not enter with us. I looked at Thomas. He backed away. "What is that supposed to mean?" I counted. Rob, Allison, Thomas, me. 4 people. Then I remembered when we arrived. Thomas was waiting at the site when I arrived. Allison had introduced him. Rob had shaken his hand. I had watched him put on his equipment. He had entered with us. Hadn't he? The footsteps stopped. A man spoke behind us. 3 came in. It was Dale's voice. Thomas stared into the darkness. "That isn't true." 3 came in, the voice repeated. Allison began counting. Kai, Rob, me. She looked at Thomas. Her expression changed. "Who are you?" Thomas's face collapsed. Not physically, emotionally. He looked like a child who had been abandoned. "You know me." "No," Allison said. "I don't." Rob raised his light. "Where did he come from?" Thomas grabbed my arm. "Kai, you talked to me outside." I remembered it. We had been discussing his survey equipment. He had told me about his first mining job near Viburnum. I remembered everything, but the memories had started feeling borrowed. Almost as if the stories had been told to me rather than things I had experienced. Thomas looked toward the mine entrance. Daylight was visible in the distance. He ran. The footsteps resumed. They ran with him. Thomas disappeared around the curve. We followed. When we reached the entrance, Thomas was gone. There was no sign of him outside the mine. No vehicle, no equipment, no boot prints. We called the sheriff's department right away. They searched the mine for 2 days. They found nothing. The company that hired our team denied employing a surveyor named Thomas. Allison had no memory of him. Neither did Rob. The photographs from the inspection only showed 3 people. Me, Allison, Rob. In the photograph Thomas took of the figures ahead of us, 4 inspectors stood in the tunnel. 1 was me, 1 was Rob, 1 was Allison. The 4th wore an old metal helmet and looked toward the ground. His hand rested on Allison's shoulder. I resigned the following Monday. My manager offered me a leave of absence. 5 years was a long time in this current market. I told him I was finished. He asked whether my decision had anything to do with the Black Hollow inspection. I asked how many people had been on our team. He said 3. I haven't entered a mine since September 19th, 2019. For the past few months, my daughter has left me a voice message almost every night on a little yellow M&M recorder. It is a cheap plastic toy, about 8 inches tall. Yellow body, white gloves, white shoes. The usual permanently worried expression. You press one eyebrow to record, and the other to play the message back. The sound quality is awful. Everything comes through beneath a layer of static, as though the person speaking is calling from somewhere very far away. It can only store 1 short recording at a time. Whenever a new message is made, the previous one disappears. My daughter, Zelda, is 7. Her messages are usually the last thing I hear before going to bed. I work in investment banking. and my firm is currently advising on a merger that has swallowed most of my waking life. I cannot give details, even anonymously, but it is the kind of deal that produces 12-hour conference calls, emergency revisions at 9:30 p.m., and senior people suddenly deciding that a presentation everyone approved 3 days earlier needs to be rebuilt before morning. For most of the last few months, I've been getting home between 10 and midnight from Monday through Thursday. My wife, Frances, handles the evenings when that happens. She picks Zelda up from school, makes dinner, checks her homework, and gets her into bed. By the time I arrive, the house is dark and both of them are usually asleep. The yellow M&M waits for me on the kitchen counter. I press its right eyebrow, and Zelda tells me about her day. "Hi, Daddy. I got 9 out of 10 on my spelling test, but the one I got wrong was because Mrs. Jacobs didn't understand my E. Mom says you're not allowed to give me chocolate before school anymore. Daddy, today I saw a dog that looked exactly like Grandma." Sometimes she sings. Sometimes she whispers because she is supposed to be sleeping. Once she spent the entire recording describing a rock she had found near the school parking lot. I usually record something back. Nothing elaborate. "I'm proud of you. Your E does look weird. Please don't tell Grandma about the dog." In the morning, my reply is gone. By the time I return from work, there is a new message waiting. It became one of those small domestic routines that forms without anybody formally acknowledging it. The M&M was simply part of the kitchen now, standing between the microwave and the container where Frances kept coffee capsules. I cannot tell you exactly when the messages began to change. The first one I remember was on a Tuesday. I arrived home at 11:17 p.m. Frances had left pasta in the refrigerator, and a note asking me not to wake her because she had an early morning. The M&M stood beside the microwave. I loosened my tie, opened the refrigerator, and pressed play while looking for the pasta. Static crackled through the little speaker. Then Zelda's voice began. "Hi, Daddy. I finished my book today. It was about a girl who finds a secret door, but Mom said I shouldn't tell you the ending because maybe you want to read it." She giggled. "Good night. I love you." There was a pause. Normally, the recorder made a tiny mechanical click as soon as the message ended. That night, it kept running. 4 seconds passed. Maybe 5. Then Zelda whispered, "Don't play it again." The recorder clicked off. I stood there with one hand inside the refrigerator. It did not frighten me. Not yet. Zelda had recently discovered that saying vaguely ominous things was an effective way to bother adults. A week earlier, she had looked at Frances during breakfast and said, "You shouldn't wear those shoes today." When Frances asked why, Zelda had shrugged and said, "You'll find out." Nothing happened. She had simply wanted to see whether her mother would change shoes. I assumed the message was another attempt to be creepy, so I pressed play again. "Hi, Daddy. I finished my book today. It was about a girl who finds a secret door, but Mom said I shouldn't tell you the ending because maybe you want to read it." The giggle. "Good night. I love you." Static. Then I said don't. Click. I stared at the toy. The words had changed. I played the message a third time. This time it ended immediately after "I love you." No warning, no second sentence, just the click. I checked the back of the toy for a loose battery compartment. One corner was held together with clear tape, but nothing looked broken. I ate, standing at the corner, and took the M&M upstairs with me. Then I felt ridiculous and brought it back down. For the next 2 nights, the messages were normal. On Wednesday, Zelda told me about a drawing she had made at school. On Thursday, she sang most of "You're Welcome" from Moana, before Frances shouted from somewhere in the background that she needed to brush her teeth. Friday evening, I made it home before dinner. The yellow M&M was already on the counter, but I did not touch it. There was no reason to. Zelda was awake. Francis was cooking, and for once I could hear about their day without the help of a plastic piece of candy. We ate together. Zelda told me about a girl in her class who had cried because somebody broke her pencil. Francis complained about a client who used the phrase, "circle back," 11 times in one morning. The M&M remained beside the microwave all evening. I noticed it several times. I cannot explain why I never asked about the strange message. Maybe I did not want to turn a harmless joke into a thing. Maybe some part of me already suspected that Zelda would not know what I was talking about. On Monday, I got home at 10:46 p.m. The downstairs lights were off except for the one above the stove. The M&M was directly beneath it. I pressed play. "Hi, Daddy. We went to Grandma's after school, and she gave me a bracelet, but Mom says I can't wear it to school because I'll lose it." Zelda lowered her voice conspiratorially. "I won't lose it." Then louder, "Good night. Love you." Static followed. A breath came through the speaker. It did not sound like a child breathing. It was too slow, too deliberate. Then Zelda's voice said, "You keep making this take longer." I did not replay it. I set the toy down and checked the front door. Locked. The back door was locked too. I went upstairs and looked into Zelda's room. Her nightlight projected stars across the ceiling. She was asleep on her stomach with one arm hanging over the side of the bed. Frances was awake in our room, scrolling through her phone. "Did Zelda seem strange tonight?" I asked. Frances looked up. "Strange how?" "I don't know. Was she trying to scare me about something?" "Not that I noticed." "Did you hear her recording tonight?" Frances shook her head. "I was cleaning up after dinner." She watched me for a moment. "What happened?" I almost told her. Instead, I said, "Nothing. I think she's playing a joke." Frances smiled. "You're being psychologically defeated by a 7-year-old. That was exactly what I wanted to believe. The following night, Zelda's message was about the bracelet. She had lost it at school. Frances had been right, which Zelda seemed deeply offended by. "Mom keeps saying she told me so," she complained. "She only said it like 100 times, so it doesn't count." Then, "Good night, Daddy. I love you." Static. A different voice spoke. It was still Zelda's voice, but older. Not dramatically older. There was no movie monster growl or artificial distortion. It sounded like a girl of 15 or 16. The same slight whistle on certain S sounds. The same rhythm. The same habit of dragging out the final word in a sentence. "She still thinks I'm her." The recording ended. I played it again. Zelda complained about Frances. Zelda said goodnight. Then the older voice repeated, "She still thinks I'm her." I listened a third time. Same thing. On the fourth replay, the sentence changed. "She still thinks I'm Zelda." I dropped the toy. It struck the edge of the counter and landed on the floor. The impact triggered the playback button. Zelda's message began again from beneath the kitchen table. I crouched but did not pick it up. "Hi, Daddy. I lost my bracelet today." The yellow M&M lay on its back, smiling at the ceiling. "Good night, Daddy. I love you." Static. Then the older voice whispered, "Only you can hear me." I left it on the floor. The next morning it was back on the kitchen counter. I asked Frances whether she had picked it up. She was packing Zelda's lunch. "Picked what up?" "The thing that fell under the table." She glanced toward the counter. "Oh, no, I didn't notice it." Zelda came into the kitchen carrying one shoe. Frances immediately started asking where the other one was. The conversation moved on. I stood there looking at the yellow M&M. Neither of them looked at it. That should have mattered more to me than it did. The message continued. Each night, Zelda's normal recording played first. Then the other voice followed. And each time, it sounded slightly older. 17, 25, maybe 30. I began recording them on my phone, but the extra voice never appeared in the videos. When I played the recordings back, I heard only Zelda's ordinary message followed by static. One night, the older voice said, "Francis can't hear me." The next, "She doesn't know yet." Then, "You haven't told her." That was true. I had not told Francis anything beyond the vague comment about Zelda trying to scare me. I knew how it would sound. My wife already thought I was exhausted. She had started asking whether I could step away from the merger, as though I could simply tell the managing director that I was unavailable until two multinational companies finished rearranging themselves around each other. I was sleeping 4 hours a night. I lived on coffee and whatever food Francis left in the refrigerator. I could hear the argument she would make before she made it. Stress, sleep deprivation, auditory hallucinations. She would not be wrong to consider any of those things. Then, on Thursday night, the toy recorded something that had not been there when I arrived. I got home at 11:38. There was no message waiting. I pressed play. Nothing. I pressed the button again. The recorder made a faint mechanical click, but no audio came through. Relief washed over me. Then I noticed the left eyebrow was pressed down. The record button. The M&M was recording. I moved my hand away. The button remained depressed for another second. Then it slowly rose on its own. I should have left the house. Instead, I pressed play. At first, there was only the sound of the kitchen, the refrigerator humming, a car passing outside, the soft ticking of the clock above the pantry. Then footsteps. Small footsteps approached the recorder. Zelda spoke. "Hi, Daddy." She sounded very close. "I don't want to do the messages anymore." A second voice answered from farther away. The other Zelda voice. "You don't have to." There was a pause. My daughter asked, "Who are you?" The recording ended. I ran upstairs so quickly that I slipped on the third step and struck my knee. Zelda was asleep. Frances woke up when I entered her room. "What are you doing?" she asked. I turned on Zelda's lamp. My daughter squinted and pulled the blanket over her head. "Dad?" I wanted to ask her about the recording. I wanted to ask who she had been talking to, but something stopped me. Maybe it was the way the voice had said, "You don't have to." Maybe I was afraid of what Zelda would say. Frances climbed out of bed. "Andrew, what is going on?" "I heard something downstairs." "What?" "I don't know." She stared at me. "You ran in here like somebody was in the house." "I thought someone was." Frances checked the hallway, then the windows. She looked under Zelda's bed, mostly to calm me down. There was nobody there. She led me out of the room and closed the door. "You need to sleep," she whispered. I heard Zelda talking. "She talks in her sleep sometimes." She was talking to someone. "Andrew." I heard another voice. Frances became very still. "What other voice?" I told her. Not everything. Not yet. Just that the recorder had captured Zelda speaking to someone who was not there. Frances came downstairs with me. The M&M sat on the counter. She looked at it with irritation more than fear. "Play it." I pressed the eyebrow. "Hi, Daddy." Zelda's voice. "I don't want to do the messages anymore." Then silence. No answer, no question. The recording clicked off. I stared at Frances. "That's not the whole thing." She pressed play herself. "Hi, Daddy. I don't want to do the messages anymore." Click. That isn't what I heard. Frances replayed it. Same result. "You said there was another voice." "There was." And Zelda asked who it was? "Yes." Frances picked up the toy and inspected it. "How old is this thing?" "I don't know." Could it be mixing recordings? It changes. What changes? The voice. I finally told her everything. The warning not to replay the message, the sentences about Francis, the voice growing older, the way it had called itself Zelda. Francis listened without interrupting. When I finished, she set the M&M down very carefully. Andrew, she said, you need to stop listening to this. I'm not imagining it. I'm not saying you are. You think I'm hallucinating. I think you've barely slept in 2 months. It knows that you can't hear it. Frances closed her eyes. Listen to what you're saying. I know how it sounds. Then please listen to yourself. I pressed play again. Zelda said she did not want to make the messages anymore. Nothing followed. Frances put both hands on the counter. Tomorrow, you're calling your boss. You're taking a day off, and you're sleeping. I can't take tomorrow off. Then call a doctor. I'm going to destroy it. She looked relieved. Fine. I carried the toy into the garage and placed it on the concrete floor. Frances followed me. I took a hammer from the workbench. The first strike cracked the M&M's plastic face. The second split its yellow body open. The third sent one white shoe skidding beneath Frances's car. The speaker produced a sharp burst of static. Then, from inside the broken plastic, the older voice said, "Don't go check on Zelda." I froze. "What?" Frances asked. "You didn't hear that?" Her voice changed. Not because she had heard it, because she had not. "Hear what?" I dropped the hammer and ran. Through the kitchen, up the stairs, down the hallway. Zelda's bedroom door was open. Her bed was empty. I shouted her name. Frances pushed past me and switched on the light. The blanket had been pulled back. The window was closed. The closet was empty. Then we heard Zelda laugh. From our bedroom. We found her curled beneath the comforter on Frances's side of the bed. She must have woken up while we were downstairs and climbed into our room. Frances pulled her close. I stood in the doorway, shaking. Zelda looked at me sleepily. "Daddy?" I went back to the garage. The broken M&M was silent. I put every piece I could find into a black garbage bag. I even crawled beneath Frances's car to retrieve the white shoe. Then I drove 15 minutes away and threw the bag into a dumpster behind a closed supermarket. I watched it disappear beneath cardboard and leaking trash bags. I did not sleep when I returned home. The next afternoon, I left the office at 4. I ignored 3 calls during the drive. For the first time in months, I arrived home while the sun was still up. Frances was in the kitchen preparing dinner. Zelda sat at the table drawing a castle with purple towers. She looked up when I entered. "You're home." I hugged her longer than usual. Frances watched me over Zelda's shoulder, but she did not say anything. I sat beside my daughter and watched her color. My hands were sweating. I had spent the entire drive telling myself that I needed one simple confirmation, one ordinary explanation, a joke, a misunderstanding, anything. "Hey, Zell." "Yeah? Can I ask you something?" She nodded without looking up. "Why did you say you didn't want to leave me messages anymore?" Her crayon stopped. "What messages?" "The ones you leave when I work late." She looked at me. Frances stopped chopping vegetables. I swallowed. "On the little yellow M&M. Zelda frowned. "The what?" "The voice recorder," I said. "The yellow M&M on the kitchen counter." She stared at me blankly. I could feel Frances looking at us. "You press one eyebrow to record," I continued. "You've been leaving me messages on it every night." Zelda's confusion deepened. "Dad?" I don't know what you're talking about. Behind me, the knife made a soft sound as Frances set it down. Andrew? She said. I turned. All the color had drained from her face. What? Frances looked toward the empty spot beside the microwave, then back at me. You said Zelda was leaving those recordings? My mouth went dry. Of course she was. Frances shook her head slowly. I thought they were from you. I stared at her. What? The toy, she said. I thought you were recording messages for Zelda before you left in the mornings. No. Her breathing became shallow. Neither of us moved. Zelda looked from Frances to me. Then she put down her purple crayon. Mom? Frances stepped away from the counter. Her eyes remained fixed on the place where the yellow M&M had stood every night for 4 months. Zelda's voice was very small when she asked, What little M&M? I used to think my brain was just badly wired. Every few weeks since the autumn I turned 12, my head hits the pillow and I don't just sleep. I switch channels. I wake up inside this massive echoing of a building. It's a shopping complex, but it stretches out forever, like a whole country built out of drywall and fake marble. For over 15 years, I kept it entirely to myself. How do you explain to someone that you spend your sleeping hours wandering through a retail center that doesn't exist? An impossible monument of indoor space that feels larger than most European countries. You don't. You keep it quiet, assuming your subconscious is just poorly wired, using childhood memories of suburban malls to construct an elaborate background of stress dreams about forgotten homework or unmade appointments. Then 6 months ago, I stumbled onto a corner of the internet that made my blood turn entirely to ice. I was scrolling through Reddit late at night, looking for nothing in particular, when a suggested community popped up on my feed. The mall world. I clicked out of mild curiosity, expecting some kind of vaporwave aesthetic or architectural appreciation group. Instead, I spent the next 6 hours sitting upright in the dark, sweating, my hands shaking so violently I could barely hold my phone. There were thousands of them, strangers from entirely different continents, speaking different language, coming from completely different backgrounds, all uploading hand-drawn blueprints, digital renderings, and meticulously detailed journals that perfectly mirrored the geography of my sleep. They weren't just dreaming of a mall, they were all being sent to the same mall. As I read through the archive, the sheer, staggering scale of the collective world-building began to crystallize. The mall isn't just a building. It's an entire continent wrapped in drywall, marble, and concrete, divided into distinct, echoing territories that never shift their borders. Most dreamers, including myself, always manifest first in what the community calls the retail tier. It is an infinite network of pristine, modern white marble floors that stretch out beneath soaring, arched glass atriums. The architecture is an incoherent, dizzying jumble of eras. You can walk past a storefront that looks like a high-end, contemporary boutique, turn a sharp corner, and suddenly find yourself standing in a faded, 1980s neon food court, complete with plastic pastel chairs, fall ivy hanging from planters, and a linoleum floor sticky with decades of invisible grease. The stores themselves are deeply unsettling. They have names that look familiar from a distance but blur into unreadable symbols when you try to focus your eyes on the signs. The window displays feature racks of clothing no human would ever wear, uncomfortably heavy coats, monochromatic uniforms, or shoes with completely flat, rubber soles that make no sound. The interiors of these shops are always dim, the metal security grates pulled halfway down, hinting at endless rows of inventory stretching deep into the shadows where the retail workers, if they exist at all, never show their faces. If you walk far enough down the lower glass perimeters of the retail tier, the commercial spaces begin to thin out. The marble gives way to rough, stained concrete, and you enter the transit sector. This is a cavernous, subterranean network designed to handle a population that never arrives. It consists of doorless airport terminals, stretching into a gray haze, and echoing subway platforms where empty, automated trains slide silently along rusted, subterranean tracks. They hiss to a halt, open their doors for precisely 40 seconds, and then slide back into the darkness, heading toward destinations that don't exist. There are dizzying networks of escalators here, massive, industrial stairs that climb into the ceiling shadows at impossible angles, some moving too fast to safely step on, others frozen in place with steps missing, exposing the jagged, greasy gears beneath. Multi-lane highways cut through the concrete walls, completely devoid of cars, stretching for miles before simply ending in a sheer, unbarricaded drop into a pitch-black void. Deep within the upper levels, accessible only through specific, hidden service stairwells behind the clothing racks, lies the institutional sector. The forum users call it the Infinite School or the Endless Hospital. It is a suffocating, clinical maze of linoleum-lined hallways that smell heavily of industrial floor wax and stale cabbage. The walls are lined with thousands of dull green metal lockers that stretch beyond the horizon. If you try to open one, it is either welded shut or contains objects that defy logic. A single, waterlogged textbook written in a language you can't comprehend, or a pile of old, yellowed medical charts with your name at the top. The classrooms and examination rooms are always empty, illuminated by the harsh, rhythmic buzzing of flickering fluorescent lights, and the clocks on the walls run entirely backward, their hands ticking away seconds you can never recover. If you find a heavy industrial service elevator in those back corridors, and press the buttons for the deep basement levels, the elevator drops for what feels like miles, until the doors slide open into the aquatic tier. This is a massive indoor water park and pool room, completely abandoned by whatever staff built it. The air down here is choked with a heavy, thick steam that coats your skin in a greasy film within minutes. It is lined with damp, blue mosaic tiles, many of them cracked and weeping a rusty orange fluid. There are no recreational sounds here, no splashing, no laughter, just the echoing, hollow drip of condensation falling from the iron rafters hundreds of feet above. The dark, unmoving water pools are massive, stretching out into the gloom, hiding deep end drop-offs that feel miles deep, beneath water slides that weave through the support pillars like concrete serpents. And finally, if you ever manage to find an exit door to the exterior of the complex, a rare feat that requires navigating the lowest maintenance tunnels, you don't find reality, you find the mall ocean. It is a frozen, jagged beach of gray sand sitting under a flat, ink-black sky that never experiences a sunrise. There is no wind, yet the dark ocean water is constantly churning, the horizon dominated by massive, silent tsunamis that loom hundreds of feet in the air, frozen in time, always threatening to crash down upon the complex but never quite making impact. Across every single one of these sectors, the atmosphere is defined by three distinct sensory anchors. First, the air. It never changes. It is warm, humid, and heavily recycled, hanging like a damp weight over your chest. It carries a conflicting, suffocating cocktail of scents. The cloying sweetness of hot, synthetic cinnamon pretzels from the food court, the the artificial chemical musk of cheap department store perfume counters, and the sharp, medicinal sting of indoor pool chlorine. It is the smell of a closed system, a greenhouse for the human subconscious. Second, the lighting. There are no natural light sources anywhere in Mall World. Everything is illuminated by an endless network of recessed bulbs, neon tubing, and massive, arched glass atriums. But if you look up through those glass panels, expecting to see the sun or the clouds, you are met with nothing but that flat, oppressive, ink-black void. The light inside the mall doesn't illuminate the outside. It merely keeps the dark from pressing too hard against the glass. Third, and perhaps most terrifying, are the other dreamers. The NPCs, as the forums call them. There are thousands of them shuffling through the corridors at any given moment. They look like normal people from a distance, but as they pass you, the horror settles in. They are hollow-eyed, silent sleepwalkers. They move in heavy, sluggish groups, their heads tilted slightly downward, their eyes fixed entirely on the polished floor. Nobody speaks. Nobody looks at each other. There is no conversation, no laughter, no conflict. It is just the endless, soft dragging of thousands of rubber-soled sneakers on polished marble, a white noise of collective entrapment that fills the corridors like a slow-moving river. They are people who have entirely accepted the rules of the layout. They don't try to find the exits. They don't try to wake up. They just slide through the commercial tracks, day after night, fulfilling their role as the background architecture of the simulation. I used to be able to navigate this place with a sense of detached curiosity. I knew the routes. I knew how to avoid the deeper transit drops, and I knew how to keep my distance from the silent crowds. But last night, the physics of the mall changed, the system hardened, and the boundaries between the dream and my bedroom began to dissolve entirely. When I went to sleep that night, my bedroom was normal. The radiators were clicking, a light rain was tapping against the glass, and the digital clock on my nightstand glowed a steady, comforting green. I did the usual routine, checked my phone, scrolled past a few updates on the forum, and rolled over. When my eyes opened, I wasn't in my bed. I was standing on the second tier of the retail center, directly outside the glass facade of an anchor department store. From a distance, the storefront looked like an old Sears or J.C. Penney, but when I focused on the signage, the blocky plastic letters were backwards, inverted into a gibberish font that hurt the back of my eyes to interpret. Usually, the transition into Mall World has a soft, liquid quality. You float into it, your limbs feel weightless, and you have this comforting, subconscious insurance policy running in the back of your head that says, "Relax, this is just a dream. If things get too weird, you can just pull the plug." But the second my feet touched the polished marble last night, that insurance policy was violently revoked. The physics of the world had hardened. When I pressed my palm against the plate glass window of the department store, it didn't give or blur. It was cold. It was solid. I could feel the microscopic imperfections in the glass, the faint layer of sticky synthetic dust coating the surface, and the deep, structural chill of a building that hadn't seen natural sunlight in a century. When I took a step, the rubber soles of my sneakers didn't glide. They caught on the polished stone with a sharp, loud, realistic squeak that echoed down the concourse. I stopped. I tried my usual tricks to force a waking reflex. I bit down on the side of my tongue, expecting the dull, painless pressure of a dream state injury. Instead, copper metallic pain flared instantly across my jaw, sharp and hot, filling my mouth with the unmistakable taste of blood. I pinched the soft skin on the inside of my forearm, twisting hard enough to tear the flesh. Nothing changed. The atrium didn't dissolve. The ink-black void beyond the glass ceiling didn't shatter. I was locked into the system. The simulation was locked tight. I stood there for what felt like hours, paralyzed by the sheer atmosphere of the concourse. The air was a suffocating wall of heat and recycled humidity. It felt heavy, like the air inside a commercial greenhouse right before a summer thunderstorm, smelling powerfully of stale industrial bleach, the chemical musk of sample perfumes, and that greasy, omnipresent scent of Cinnabon pretzels baking in an oven miles away. From hidden recessed panels in the brutalist concrete pillars above, the music droned. It was a degraded, warbling synth pop track from the late 1980s, playing at a fraction of its normal speed. The bass notes vibrated deep within my chest cavity, a slow, oceanic thrumming that sounded less like music and more like the mechanical heartbeat of the building itself. Down on the first tier, the sleepwalkers were moving. There were hundreds of them, shuffling along the commercial tracks in a slow, circular procession. They wore matching, faded gray or beige clothing, sweatpants, oversized t-shirts, flat shoes. Their hands were tilted uniformly downward at a precise 45-degree angle, eyes locked onto the white marble floor, tracking the subtle gray veins in the stone. A woman with tangled blonde hair shuffled past my tier. Her shoulder brushed against mine. Her skin was a translucent, sickly white, and her eyes were entirely wide, unblinking and dead. I reached out and grabbed her arm, desperate for human contact. "Hey," I whispered, my voice sounding thin and dry against the massive scale of the architecture. "Hey, do you know how to get down to the transit platforms? Do you know where the exits are?" She didn't look at me. She didn't even slow down. She simply pulled her arm out of my grip with a mechanical, unyielding momentum. Her eyes remained locked on the marble floor as she dragged her feet forward. Squeak, drag, squeak, drag. The white noise of their collective movement filled the entire multi-tiered canyon of the retail zone. They weren't visitors. They were the background processing power of the building, keeping the lights on with their collective compliance. Suddenly, a wave of intense physical sickness hit my dream body. It wasn't a dull ache. It was a violent, twisting agony that started deep in the pit of my stomach and radiated outward to my ribs. My vision blurred at the edges, darkening with a vignette of gray static. I doubled over, clutching my midsection, my knees buckling until I was kneeling on the freezing marble floor. Cold, greasy sweat broke out across my forehead. I needed a restroom immediately. The biological demands of my waking body were being translated into the dream with terrifying force, and I knew that if I threw up or collapsed here, on the pristine marble of the retail tier, I would be violating the visibility rules. I scrambled to my knees, then to my feet, leaning heavily against these structural pillars, and looked for a way out of the main concourse. Behind the dark department store, I found a heavy, unpainted steel door marked with a fading plastic plaque. Employees only, no admittance. I threw my weight against the crash bar. The door groaned and swung inward, clicking shut behind me with a heavy, magnetic thud that instantly cut the warbling elevator music in half. I had entered the institutional sector. The contrast was immediate and terrifying. The marble vanished, replaced by endless stretches of pale green linoleum that had been buffed to a high reflective sheen. The air smelled entirely different here. The sweet cinnamon was gone, replaced by a suffocating combination of industrial floor wax, stale cabbage, and the sharp, vinegar tang of medicinal alcohol. The walls were lined with thousands of dull green metal lockers, stretching out into a straight, forced perspective that seemed to converge at a single point miles into the dark. I stumbled down the hallway, my shoulder dragging against the metal lockers, the rhythmic clack, clack, clack of the vents overhead keeping time with my frantic breathing. The lighting here was worse. Every few yards, A long fluorescent tube would flicker violently, casting long, jittery shadows down the green linoleum that looked like reaching fingers. As I passed locker number 4082, something caught my eye, stretching deeply into the dull green paint, slicing through the rust to expose the shiny metal beneath. Was a line of crude, frantic handwriting. It didn't look like the default gibberish script of the mall. It was English. I stopped, gasping for air, and traced the letters with my shaking fingers. The bathrooms are flooding, the graffiti read. They are missing the doors because the janitor needs to see your face. If you conceal the interior, the pressure seals the latch. Don't look down the pipes. Oh God, please don't look down the pipes. A cold dread settled over my chest, sharper than the physical pain in my stomach. Someone had been here. They had stood in this exact concrete artery, feeling the same sickness, looking at the same endless rows of lockers. Before I could process the message, a sound echoed from the far end of the institutional corridor. It was a slow, heavy, wet, dragging sound. Skluck, thump, skluck, thump. I froze, holding my breath, staring down the green linoleum line. Out of the dim, flickering shadows at the end of the hall, a figure emerged. It was tall, easily 7 feet, and wore a heavy, stained blue jumpsuit that looked like an industrial maintenance uniform. A massive loop of rusted iron keys hung from its belt, clinking together with a rhythmic, metallic chime that set my teeth on edge. It was the janitor. It carried a massive industrial mop with a wooden handle that was splintered and dark with old moisture. But it wasn't cleaning the floor. The mop head was soaked in a thick, dark, oily fluid that left a wide, iridescent smear across the pristine linoleum as it moved. The janitor's face was completely obscured by a heavy rubber gas mask, the glass lenses completely blacked out, reflecting nothing but the flickering fluorescent tubes above. It stopped. The black lenses of the mask slowly tilted upward, locking onto me from 100 yards away. A deep mechanical wheeze vibrated through the mask's filtration valves, a wet, rattling inhalation that sounded like a man drowning in his own lungs. It began to accelerate, its strides lengthening, the wet mop moving rhythmically as it advanced down the narrow hallway. Skluck thump, skluck thump. Panic tore through my sickness. I turned and ran in the opposite direction, my flat shoes sliding violently on the slick linoleum. I didn't look back. I just ran, passing thousands of identical green lockers, turning left down an unmarked corridor, then right into a narrow concrete stairwell that led straight down into the foundations of the building. The air grew rapidly colder, thicker, and darker with every flight of stairs I descended. The smell of bleach and wet rust intensified until it was a physical weight in the back of my throat. I burst through a final, dented aluminum door at the bottom of the stairs, escaping the janitor's clinking keys, and stepped directly into the subterranean utility underbelly of the mall. I had found the restrooms. The sheer scale of the public restroom sector was staggering, defying any logical sense of internal architecture. It didn't look like a bathroom inside a commercial building. It looked like an abandoned, flooded subway terminal from the turn of the century that had been repurposed to handle a massive, hidden population. The floor was buried under a steady, 1-inch layer of murky, stagnant gray water. The moment my sneakers splashed into it, a bitter, icy chill shot straight up my shins, numbing my skin. The water was thick with filth. Floating in the slow currents were dissolved, yellow clumps of industrial toilet paper, unidentifiable gray debris, and long, greasy clots of dark hair that drifted against my ankles like wet spiders. The walls were lined with cracked, rectangular green tiles, heavily stained with long, vertical streaks of orange rust and lime scale where the plumbing behind the drywall was weeping. Black mold grew in dense, velvet-like patches along the grout lines, blooming in the corners like rotting lace. Overhead, a line of naked, yellow incandescent bulbs hung from frayed black cords, flickering in a slow, irregular rhythm that filled the cavernous room with shifting, jittery shadows. Stretching out into the dim distance were rows of exposed, doorless porcelain stalls. There was no privacy here, no wood, no metal dividers that extended past the waist, no latches. The partitions between the toilets were made of thick, reinforced industrial glass that had turned a sickly, translucent yellow from decades of grease and neglect. Every single exposed toilet was overflowing, stained with deep ring marks of old filth and backed up sludge that smelled heavily of copper and raw sewage. And the dreamers were here. Dozens of them were scattered throughout the flooded terminal. They looked exactly like the sleepwalkers from the retail tier, hollow-eyed, silent, and completely hollowed out by the rules of the mall. They stood or sat in the doorless stalls, completely exposed to the central walkway, their faces entirely blank as they stared straight ahead into the middle distance. They didn't care about the lack of privacy. They didn't care about the gray water soaking their feet, or the thick smell of copper, raw sewage, and heavy industrial bleach that filled the air. They had accepted the visibility. They had accepted the rot. My stomach twisted again, a sharp reminder of the sickness that had driven me down here, but the sheer, visceral disgust of the environment made my chest tight. I couldn't do it. I couldn't strip away the last remaining boundary of my waking dignity in front of these dead-eyed shapes. I turned away from the main rows and began walking deeper into the dark recesses of the utility sector, splashing slowly through the murky water. The room seemed to expand horizontally the further I walked. The yellow bulbs grew fewer and farther between, leaving huge, yawning patches of the concrete terminal in near total darkness. The white porcelain of the exposed toilets gave way to ancient, cracked stone through caked-in layers of dark, hardened sludge. The pipes overhead were massive now, thick iron conduits, wrapped in peeling insulation that dripped heavy, black condensation onto my hair and shoulders with a rhythmic, hollow plop, plop, plop. I walked for what felt like miles, leaving the silent sleepwalkers far behind me. The main terminal had reduced to a distant, dim perspective, lines of flickering yellow light. Down here, in the deep dark of the utility sector, the water was deeper, rising to the middle of my calves, and the stench of decay was so thick I had to breathe through my sleeve to keep from throwing up. Then in the absolute furthest, darkest corner of the concrete wall, I saw it. It was an architectural impossibility, a single, enclosed stall that actually possessed a heavy, solid wooden door. It was painted a faded, sickly hospital green, completely out of place against the green tiles and raw concrete of the utility sector. The wood was swollen from the constant moisture, its bottom edge rotting away into the gray water, and the surface was slick with a thin layer of greasy film. I scrambled toward it, my legs heavy as I pushed through the freezing water. I reached out and touched the wood. It felt impossibly real, the grain splintering under my fingertips. I looked back down the long, flooded corridor I had just traversed. The silent dreamers were hundreds of yards away, fading into the gloom. None of them were looking at me. The janitor's keys were nowhere to be heard. I stepped inside the small, damp enclosure. The interior was tiny, just enough for a single, ancient porcelain bowl that was surprisingly clean compared to the rest of the facility. I turned around, grabbed the edge of the heavy green door, and pulled it shut. It took a massive effort to force the swollen wood into the warped frame, but with a dull, wet scrape, it clicked into place. I reached down and slid a thick, rusty iron bolt into the metal latch. The moment the iron bolt clicked home, the world changed. A profound, absolute, heavy silence fell over the room. The sound of the dripping condensation from the iron rafters instantly vanished. The distant, soft splashing of the sleepwalkers outside died. Even the low, ambient hum of the mall's ventilation system, which had been a constant background noise since I turned 12, completely ceased. The silence was so sudden, so violent, that my ears began to ring with a high-pitched metallic whine. I was completely alone, cut off from the simulation. I closed my eyes, leaning my forehead against the cold, damp green wood of the door, letting out a ragged, trembling breath of relief. For the first time in 15 years, I had found a corner of mall world where nothing could see me. Then the silence began to feel heavy, pressurized. I looked down. The gray debris-filled water around my shoes had stopped moving entirely. It was perfectly still, like a sheet of dark glass. Then, a deep, rhythmic vibration started beneath the solid concrete floor. It wasn't a sudden shock wave or an earthquake. It was a slow, agonizingly deliberate pulse that seemed to come from the very center of the earth. Thump. The vibration traveled up through the water, through the soles of my sneakers, and into the bones of my legs. Thump. The wooden door behind me escalated against its frame. The iron bolt groaned. Thump. I turned around slowly, my back pressing tight against the green wood, my eyes wide as I stared down at the porcelain bowl. The water wasn't draining. It began to rise. It moved slowly, smoothly, and silently, overflowing the white rim like a dark luxury fountain. But it wasn't water anymore. It had transformed into a thick, viscous, jet-black sludge that looked exactly like old, degraded engine oil. It didn't make a splashing sound as it hit the floor. It just slid into the stagnant gray water, turning everything it touched instantly, completely black. The air in the stall turned freezing cold, and the smell of bleach vanished entirely. It was replaced by an overwhelming, choking stench of copper, wet earth, and something deeply, anciently rotten. The smell of a grave that had been flooded and left to stew for a century. And then came the sound from the plumbing. It wasn't a human voice. It was a low, agonizingly slow intake of breath. A wet, hollow suction sound that echoed up directly through the pipes beneath the floor, drawing the very air right out of the stall. The metal conduits inside the walls began to groan and shriek, the iron twisting under an immense, unnatural internal pressure as whatever was deep inside the drainage system began to shift its weight, pulling itself upward toward the opening. The black sludge on the floor was rising rapidly now, covering my shoes, soaking straight through the canvas fabric. The very second the fluid seeped through my socks and touched my bare skin, a horrific, ice-cold chemical sting flared up my legs. It felt like liquid nitrogen, being poured directly onto my flesh. A freezing fire that made my muscles seize. Panicking, I spun around and grabbed the rusty iron bolt to escape. The metal wouldn't move. The damp wood of the door had rapidly swelled under the changing pressure of the room, locking the iron latch tightly into the rusted frame. "Open," I whispered, pulling at the metal. It didn't budge. Panic completely overtook my remaining restraint. I shoved the latch with both hands, slamming my palms against the splintered wood, shouting into the empty hallway. "Open! Open!" Behind me, the gurgling suction sound in the pipes grew louder, deeper, and faster. It was a wet, rhythmic churning that was inches away now. The heavy iron toilet bowl began to crack, long, spiderweb lines of fracture spreading across the white porcelain, as the massive pressure from underneath reached its absolute breaking point. The black sludge was boiling over the top now, filling the small enclosure, rising past my shins, burning my skin with an agonizing, freezing torment. I didn't look back. I didn't turn around. I knew with absolute, terrifying certainty that if I turned around and looked down into that cracking porcelain hole, whatever was causing that pressure would be looking back up at me. With a raw animal scream, I threw my entire weight backward, hurling my shoulder against the center of the wooden panels. The old wood splintered with a deafening, explosive crack. The iron latch tore completely out of the rotting frame, throwing me backward out of the stall. I tumbled backward out of the stall, crashing violently into the flooded, filthy main corridor of the restroom, sending a massive spray of murky gray water into the air. I scrambled to my knees, gasping for air, my hands slipping and sliding in the sludge as I desperately tried to find purchase on the slick tiles. I hauled myself to my feet and ran, my legs burning from the chemical sting. As I sprinted back toward the distant yellow bulbs and neon signs, I risked one look over my shoulder. The green wooden door was hanging wide open, shattered down the center. The entire interior of the stall was completely filled to the ceiling with a solid, shifting mass of pitch-black sludge, slowly oozing out of the main corridor like a massive wet tongue. As I ran past the long rows of doorless stalls, the hollow-eyed dreamers slowly turned their heads in perfect unison. They didn't look at the black sludge filling the corridor. They looked directly at me. They watched me run with cold, dead, deeply disapproving eyes. I had broken the rules of the layout. I had sought privacy from the system, and they knew it. I burst through the heavy metal exit door. I sprinted back into the concrete hallways of the institutional sector, and I didn't stop until I hit the marble floors of the retail tier. Without thinking, without looking, I threw myself over the third-story glass railing, targeting the white marble floor 40 feet below, to force the dream's defense mechanism to eject me. I snapped awake in my bed with a violent, full-body jerk, gasping for air so hard my chest bruised against my ribs. My heart was hammering against my sternum like a trapped bird, and my sheets were twisted tightly around my limbs, drenched in a thick, cold sweat. I sat up straight in the dark bedroom for 20 minutes, forcing my breath to slow down, staring at the green glow of my digital clock. It was 3:42 a.m. The rain was still tapping against my window. The radiators were still clicking. It was just a dream, I whispered into the quiet room, my voice shaking. Just a very vivid, very distorted nightmare. You're home. You're awake. But as I sat there trying to calm my racing mind, I noticed the air in my bedroom felt incredibly heavy, humid, and within minutes, the faint, undeniable scent of warm cinnamon pretzels and industrial floor wax began to drift out from the hallway vents. I swung my legs out of bed, intending to go to the kitchen and throw up, but the moment my bare feet hit the hardwood floor, a sharp, burning agony shot up my legs, so intense I collapsed back onto the mattress with a groan. I turned on my bedside lamp and pulled up my pant legs. My ankles and the tops of my feet were covered in angry, weeping red welts. The skin was blistered and raw, forming a perfect, horizontal line around my shins, matching the exact waterline of the black sludge from the green stall. 10 minutes ago, I forced myself to walk to the bathroom to wash the cold sweat off my face. I stood at the sink, gripping the porcelain basin, staring at my pale, terrified reflection in the mirror. I reached out with a trembling hand and turned the cold water knob. Deep inside the drywall, the pipes let out a slow, rhythmic, heavy thump, and the water running from my faucet came out completely black. I am sitting on my kitchen floor right now, writing this on my phone because my hands are shaking too badly to hold a pen. The bathroom door across the hall is wide open. I didn't close it. I don't think I can ever close a door again. I can hear my neighbor upstairs turning on their shower, and through the ceiling structure, I can hear their pipes letting out that same deep, rhythmic thump. It's spreading through the plumbing of the entire building. The infrastructure is shifting. I am terrified to close my eyes tonight, because I know that when the sleep takes me, I'll wake up right back on that marble tier, and I know that the next time I run past those doorless stalls, the sleepwalkers won't just watch me run. They'll be waiting for me to take my place. It was Wednesday that day. I know it was Wednesday because the streets were littered with cash. Hundreds, thousands of dollars sitting out in the open air. Tables lined the front of every house, full of the most extravagant food money could make. Whole tuna, tropical fruits, entire pigs roasted over open fires. We were poor, so we were exempted from doing the same. We took what our bellies could handle and went about our day, making sure to not step on the money. We could take those too, but only just enough. The thing is, we never knew what was enough and what was too much, so we never took any. It wasn't worth the gamble. It was tradition, or rather, a precaution. We never owned more than we needed. The wardens made sure of that. If you owned too much at any given time, then the wardens came to balance your books. Wednesday was when folks got paid, so they took what they needed to survive the coming weeks and threw the rest of the money out, or spent it to feed their neighbors. I remember the first time I saw the wardens, when a family was passing by our town. Their car had broken down. A father, a mother, and a son who was my age. It was Tuesday when they came into town. I could only imagine their surprise when, waking up in their hotel room on Wednesday morning, they saw the streets aglint with cold, hard cash and food. No one bothered to warn them. They wouldn't have listened. What would you have done? Seeing thousands on the street, free for the taking at the cost of the ire of some country bumpkins? You'd stuff your pockets, of course. That was what they did. Their son was the only one who had sense to not take the money. Was it naivety or instinct? The parents knew what $1 was worth. It was inner peace and easy living, littered on the pavement, calling to them. That night I heard terrible screaming. Terrible screaming. A primal, infectious fear that clung to you like thick, sticky tar. "Hear that, son?" said my father, smoking by the window. "That's what happens when you take money on Wednesdays." He wouldn't let me watch, so I snuck out when he thought I was asleep. It was over by the time I got to where I thought I heard the cries. It was in front of the hotel. Under the moonlight of a rainy night, grand feasts on silken sheets were now crowded with insects, as rain sent money into storm drains. Can you smell it? Decaying food and rain, and amongst that soft smell cuts a sanguine stench. Blood, fresh, warm, being washed away from mangled things that might have been human. There in the parking lot of the hotel was a pile of rectangular flesh, of skin and muscle and bone, sliced into sheets as thin as paper. The skin was cut so thin you could almost see through it. Little dissections of bone and teeth and intestines were like messed up confetti on the ground. I saw the thin notes of muscle on the ground, and could count the individual fibers on them. I thought that if I ate it, it would melt on my tongue. I didn't know what to think. It didn't feel real to me. I wouldn't eat for weeks after, though I never told my family why. Told them I was just sick. I wondered how it happened. Was it slow? Did the wardens peel them? Did they writhe out in terrible pain, calling for the only person they loved more than life? What did their son see? Did he try to protect the parents? Did he claw desperately at those things as they ripped his world apart with inhuman hands? That was when I heard a splat. I tasted it before I saw it. Blood, iron, concrete. The sun spared the warden's wrath. Jumped from the hotel roof. The next day there was nothing left of the family. Everyone was happy. They thought the deaths meant the wardens would become more lenient, allowing us to hold on to a little more wealth. But no one ever dared to test the theory. The second time I saw the wardens was when my sister got cancer. We were in a very small town. The things she needed were in the city, and that cost money. Lots of it. Lots more than we could have at a time. Our father was a diabetic. His insulin alone kept us near the limit of how much money or value we could hold at any given moment. That's why we never threw out money or had food out for our neighbors. She was the smartest one in the family. She had dreams of becoming a nurse. She had the grades for it and secured herself a scholarship at a big Ivy League school. If someone was going to make it out of our crazy town, it was her. And so, on that early Wednesday morning, I decided to make off with as much money as I could. If the other family died once the sun went down, I figured I had time. Time to pick up the money in the streets, the hundreds that lay there crumbling under the sun. Maybe I could take a bus, get her away from it all, I thought. Where are you going? My sister found me. The chemo made it hard for her to sleep. Going for a run. Yeah, right. She was holding on to her IV pole. You caught me. Just heading out to try out the tacos Mr. Eduardo set out. Be back soon. Hey, she yelled. Don't do anything stupid. And so I ran to the streets clawing frantically at $100 bills on my knees. Each bill in my hand flashed images of that poor kid, that husband and wife. Would we end up like them? I pushed those thoughts away, focused on the pain on my knees as little stones and glass shards dug into my legs. I thought of my sister, who was just 16 years old, the same age as me when I saw that poor family get ripped apart, layer by layer. I got the money, ran home, and told my family what I had done. We can pay for her chemo now, I cried out as I burst through the door. My father was screaming at me. My mother covered her mouth with her hands, sobbing quietly. My sister didn't know what to feel. I saw a flicker of hope in her eyes, yet could only hear a horrible, gut-wrenching cry from her mouth. It was like a knife being twisted in my heart. She wanted to live. I wanted her to live. I guess some part of my parents were relieved at that moment. I'd sacrificed myself for her. They knew I was dead. They were relieved of the horrible predicament of choosing whether to let my sister die, or let someone else die for her. And so I set out. It was turning dark then. The sun threatened to sink down the horizon. We didn't own a car, and so we looked for anyone willing to take us out of town and into the city. No one would dare give us a ride, not the buses or our neighbors. They'd seen what I'd done, knew exactly what was in the trash bag slung over my shoulder. They wanted to live too, even if it meant letting us both die. It was almost dusk when I came up with something. If we could make it out of town on foot, reach the border, maybe we could escape. So we ran. My sister tripped and fell often. Her chemo made her joints painful, and she bled for longer. But we kept running until our lungs were on fire, and our calves felt like bags of broken glass. We were at the edge of town now, just a few kilometers away from the sign over the road that said, "Please come again." I remember the moment the sun came down entirely. We were just 2 kilometers away from the border. I was carrying my sister on one shoulder, the trash bag on the other. It was dark then, the road stretching out among tall evergreens. I was running, delirious and in pain, when we finally heard it, the footfall of what sounded like 100, no, 1,000 men, rushing after us barefoot and silent. I could hear no panting or breathing from them, no demands or threats, just feet against the road slamming like angry hands knocking on stone. I could hear bloodlust in their feet. Just remembering it now sends horrible chills up my back. My sister was screaming then so terribly. I wondered if that dead kid's parents sounded like her. Maybe if they had a daughter, she'd have screamed the way my sister did then, calling for our mother, begging me to keep going, crying that they were getting closer. I thought so many times then to just drop her on the road, get to the border on my own and tell them she was in the city getting treatment. No one would ever know. But I would. And so I ran and ran, never looking back, never putting a face to that legion. In my nightmares, I imagined them to be naked devils, chasing us on foot. Sometimes I dreamed the steps are from a giant centipede, sometimes a snake, sometimes men in suits, and sometimes nothing at all. But I kept running, the fear fueling me on until I could see it, the sign. It was downhill from here, an easy run, but it was far, and they were gaining on us. I could feel warm air on the back of my neck as those things silently followed us, just a hair away from us. I felt something pull on my sister, my right ear deafened and ringing from her endless screaming. I did not relent, and kept running, until soon I felt cold, dry hands caressing my skin. I felt its long nails, or maybe it was talons or fangs, rub up against the back of my neck. It ran through my mind 100 times. It would catch me, taking me to the ground. The taste of asphalt and forest grinding against my teeth. It would rip me apart slowly and steadily and make bills out of my skin, coins from my bones, and my sister would become nothing but ribbons of flesh. Except it didn't catch me. I fell to the ground ready for the end. When I looked up and saw welcome, we had made it, just barely. I looked back and saw nothing but an empty road and giant evergreens. We sat there, the clean air whisking away the sweat. Looking at my sister, she had a rectangular patch taken from her cheek. We survived. The bag of money was still intact. $200,000 in $100 bills. We kept walking until we found a gas station. We called a taxi and went straight to the hospital. My sister survived the chemo and went to college. I never returned home. I still send letters back home, though. I never get anything back. Hey everyone, and welcome to a brand new video. Tonight we have 2 hours of horror stories as per usual. I hope you all enjoy them. If you do, please be sure to drop a like rating. Liking the video helps out so much. Let's see if we can reach 1,000 on this one. Subscribing if you are new is also very much appreciated. We are less than 100 subscribers away from 136,000. Anyway, sit back, do whatever it is that you do to relax. Enjoy the 2 hours of horror stories with no mid-roll ads. Except for the ad break after this intro, there will not be any more ad breaks after that one. And as always, I hope you all have a great night. Carl was dead. He passed in the night, too weak from the cold and hunger to keep fighting. I couldn't blame him. I was about ready to go myself. Cold permeated every molecule of my being. The memory of what warm felt like had long since vacated my mind. Forming thoughts had become as hard as moving my fingers, purple from the frostbite that ate away at them. The only thoughts I still had now were those of hunger. Staring at Carl's corpse, it looked less and less like my friend, and more like another day on this earth. I lay down on the stone floor, my head cocked towards what was left of Carl. His pale gray skin was flaked with ice crystals, his tongue hanging out of his mouth, purple and bloated. I licked my lips at the thought of biting into it, aching for the feeling of anything in my stomach, anything to fill the void in my abdomen that screamed for food. "Carl?" I rasped, my throat igniting into hellfire at the effort. I waited for an answer, my ears straining against the howl of the wind for a sound, any proof of life. I closed my eyes against the hunger. "Ted, you still with me, buddy?" My eyes shot open. I stared at the corpse on the ground before me. His eyes were still glazed over, tongue still jutting out from his mouth like a plum ripe for the picking. "Teddy, you did it. You lasted longer than me, old friend." His voice was as it had been when the blizzard hit. He still had the SoCal accent, with that nasally note Snow always gave him. When was the last time I heard that voice? It had been a couple of days. Or was it weeks? "Carl?" I croaked again, the strain almost too much to handle. "That's right, Ted. Your good buddy Carl in the flesh." I blinked. His lips weren't moving, but that was Carl's voice. "You won, Teddy. You remember our deal? Winner gets to eat the other person. Winner, winner, chicken dinner, right, dude?" As a matter of fact, I couldn't remember the deal. I couldn't remember much of anything since we crawled into the cave. My stomach had resorted to eating memories. Anything to keep going. I attempted to respond, but my throat failed me, only managing a guttural moan. "That's the spirit. Looks like the Tedster is still kicking. Look, I don't want you to die too, buddy. No reason for both of us to go, right?" Carl had a point. He always was the smart one. He had booked the ski tickets at a steal after all. And why should we both die? God couldn't be that cruel, right? Taking out two friends who went out for a little fun in the snow? No. "Now you're cooking, Teddy. Don't let me just go to waste. I wouldn't do that to you." My fingers tensed on their own, twisting into claws against the stone. My arms pulled. The sound of my jacket scraping the stone and ice filled my ears as I inched towards Carl. My sense of touch, long since killed by the cold. "That's it, Teddy. You were nearly there." My legs followed behind me limply as I drew nearer, closer to Carl, closer to food. The smell of death began to permeate the air. It was intoxicating, better than any Thanksgiving dinner. Every pull towards his corpse gave me renewed energy. Carl really was a good friend. My fingers hooked into Carl's jacket. With one last heave, I pulled myself on top of him, my face pressed into the icy surface of his cheek. "Way to go, Tedster. Hard part's over. Claim your prize." I licked my lips in anticipation, slowly forcing my jaw open, my frozen muscles popping and straining from underuse, lowering my teeth down until they touched the pale flesh of his emaciated jaw muscle. "Nice, Teddy. Just a little bite." My jaw closed slowly like a hydraulic press. My teeth pressed into his flesh, meeting resistance as the pressure started to grow. The flesh gave like biting into frozen ice cream. My eyes rolled back into my head from the pleasure of eating. I had taken eating for granted. It was no longer a task that had little meaning. I would treasure eating forever, all thanks to Carl. My jaw slowly closed around the hunk of flesh. I chewed once, twice, then swallowed. A low growl of pleasure escaped my lips as I felt the flesh slide down into my stomach. "That a boy, Teddy. Don't stop now. Food's getting cold." I started biting and chewing with new ferocity. It was a blur of motion the cave had not seen since the first day we entered. Primal hunger took over as I devoured Carl, as I ate the last gift he had ever given me. I ate Carl over the next few days, stripping his clothes and layering them on myself. I didn't shiver as much anymore. First was all of the flesh, his face, arms, legs, torso, even his butt. Then the soft organs. His heart was sweeter than anything I had ever eaten. It makes sense. Carl was a nice guy. By the time I had eaten his trachea, I could stand and walk freely around the cave. "Look at you go, Teddy, looking just like Schwarzenegger now." Carl's voice echoed through the cave. The last thing to eat was Carl's brain. I held the rock in my hand, the sharp edges digging into my palms. "Waste not, want not, Tedster." I wasn't going to waste any of Carl. The rock echoed off his skull with a dull crunch. I brought it down again and again, until I couldn't take it anymore, and began tearing his skull apart with my bare hands. The rock left covered in blood on the cave floor. As I wiped my mouth and sat back, I looked out at the cave's mouth. The snow had stopped. How long ago had it ended? How long was I eating Carl? I walked out into the gray afternoon, the sun already starting to dip towards the horizon. Stumbling, I followed it. I walked all night. Night turned to day, then back to night. I walked knowing if I stopped, I wouldn't get back up. The landscape around me was dead and infinite. All of the trees looked the same, their gnarled branches protruding like bony fingers down towards me. I walked until my legs gave out, face planting in the snow. My eyes got heavy as I lay there, my vision reduced to a pinhole as I drifted off into sleep. When I awoke, the first thing I noticed was the lack of cold. Warmth? A rhythmic beeping filled the air as I willed my eyes to show me where I was. No matter how hard I tried, how many times I blinked, I could only see white. I groaned, earning a shocked gasp off to my right. I spent the next 2 weeks in the hospital. I had been missing 3 months when the park rangers found me. Frostbite had destroyed my fingers, toes, and other patches of skin. My walk through the woods gave me snow blindness, which explained the gauze wrapped over my eyes when I awoke. Worst of all, I had lost almost 80 pounds, but thanks to Carl, I was alive. I was hooked to a feeding tube for those 2 weeks while I recovered. Doctors said I wouldn't be able to process solid food for a while after my stomach had gone so long without it, but I knew that was a lie. When they released me at the end of 2 weeks, I was a new man. The cops asked me questions about what happened. Where had I gone? How did I survive? Where was Carl? I didn't answer, unable to remember anything but the taste of Carl's flesh. That was something I would never forget, and something these people wouldn't understand. Carl had given me a gift, and I wouldn't waste it locked in a jail cell. They let me go, and I boarded a plane to California. The first thing I did when I got home was stop at my favorite burger joint. I sat in my car holding the biggest burger they had on the menu. Real food. I took a big bite and paused. It didn't have any flavor. I swallowed the hunk of meat disappointed. Maybe my taste buds hadn't come back yet. I ate the burger slowly, sitting in silence. As I took the last bite, I threw my car door open and vomited all of it back up onto the pavement. Maybe the doctor was right. I wasn't ready for solid food yet. I returned to my apartment, getting lost a few times along the way, sticking the key in the lock and giving it a turn. I saw her. She was more beautiful than I remembered. Ted! Her hands shot up, covering her mouth as tears flowed over her cheeks. Hey, Jess, I said hoarsely, tears welling up in my eyes. She ran over, wrapping me in a hug tight enough to split a boulder. Her words came flowing out like music to my ears. I had made it home. Thanks, Carl. Life returned to some semblance of normalcy. I was fired from my job, not that I had a desire to work right now anyway. Jess put me on a liquid diet following the doctor's orders. The shakes and broths had no flavor, and left me hungry no matter how full my stomach felt. That was fine for the first week, but the longer I was home, the more frustrated I had become not being able to eat real food. The only real difference in my life was the dreams. I had 2 recurring dreams that filled my mind at night. The first, my teeth sinking into Carl's flesh, except in the dream he was sitting up, his dead eyes staring into mine while his mouth contorted into a wide smile. His teeth just a little too sharp. His skin pulled a little too tight. That's right, Teddy. Gotta get your strength back, buddy. He would coo as my teeth ripped and pulled skin and muscle off his bones. The second dream was something I couldn't remember seeing. I was walking through the woods completely nude. Snow and wind whipped past me, but I couldn't feel the cold. I could hear Carl's voice through the dead woods beckoning me closer. "Here, Tedster. I'm just over here." I was trudging through the snow after him. His voice was different. The accent was gone, replaced by a malice I've never heard any voice utter. The voice never got any closer no matter how far I walked. I would call out for him in the same voice I'd had in the cave, a hoarse croak that echoed off the trees. I awoke with a start one night. How long had I been home again? Time was losing meaning. It's strange how meals help mark the passage of time. I reached over, placing a hand on Jess. Her soft, warm skin was a comfort. My stomach growled loudly as I traced the curvature of her arm. Maybe I could eat real food again. It couldn't hurt, could it? I padded softly to the kitchen, making myself a sandwich. Sitting down at the kitchen table with only the fridge light illuminating me, I took a bite. Nothing. No taste to speak of. Swallowing, I devoured the sandwich, savoring the feeling of food going down my throat. "How's the sandwich, Teddy?" I froze, looking around the dark kitchen, searching for the source, searching for Carl. I stood up from the table, an intense nausea flooding my whole body. Running to the guest bathroom, I barely had time to raise the toilet seat before a spew of greasy black bile erupted from my mouth. Yeah, I was never much of a turkey guy myself. Carl's voice echoed inside the small room. I heaved until my stomach was empty again. The hunger gnawed at my stomach like a rabid dog. Flushing the toilet, I sat on the floor and cried, my back against the wall as I pulled my knees to my chest. Cheer up, Teddy. At least you got to have it for a little while." I looked around again, alone in the dark. The cold linoleum pressed into my backside. "Carl, where are you?" I asked quietly. "Where do you think, buddy? I couldn't let you just leave me in the cave, you know." I stood up slowly, backing myself into the corner. "No, you're dead. I ate you. You let me live." His chuckle filled my ears. My skin went cold, goosebumps covering my arms. Did Carl chuckle? He always had the stupid laugh that could bring out a smile even on the worst days. But a chuckle? Unnerved, I went back to bed. That was the first time Carl talked to me, but not the last. The next few weeks were hell. I was starving. Jess left to go to a conference in LA for work, leaving me all alone. Surrounded by food I couldn't eat without throwing up, unless it went through a blender first. The gray sludge in the blender had no taste. It had no substance. No matter how much I drank, I never felt full. I sat crying in the kitchen floor with the fridge door left wide open. The shelves were bare as I had blended every morsel of food and consumed it. Egg, ham, lettuce, cheese, even raw hamburger meat, jammed into the blender and blended to a puree. It didn't even scratch the hunger within me. "Whoa, eating for two, buddy?" Carl's voice taunted from everywhere. "Please make it stop." I sobbed into the empty house. "Oh, I can't make it stop, Teddy. You made your choice. You have to live with it." His voice was different, sharper, cruel and cold despite his teasing words. I hardly noticed. The growl of my stomach louder than the concern in my head. I crawled over the floor towards the trash can, knocking it to the floor and spilling its contents. In a frenzy, I began devouring whatever scraps of food that were left in the bag. How the mighty have fallen, Ted. I didn't care what Carl had to say, shoveling scraps of whatever seemed edible into my mouth. It had no taste. The familiar feeling of nausea hit me. I ran to the bathroom. Standing over the sink as a black bile projected out of my mouth. I cried, panting as I fought for breath. Looking up in the mirror, I froze. I watched in horror as a piece of intestine quickly retracted from my open mouth back down my throat. I blinked. My mind must be breaking. The starvation making me see things. I stared into the mirror. My shirt moved just a fraction, like a wrinkle releasing from the fabric. I tore it over my head, staring at my stomach, watching in horror. The intestine snaked its way around my bloated stomach. I couldn't let you leave me in that cave, Teddy. I was frozen. The only thought filling my head was the starvation that racked my body. My eyes fell on my reflection. The eyes in the mirror were not my own, sunken into my skull, ringed with black bags from exhaustion. My hair had thinned, stringy patches where a full head of brown hair had once grown, the intestine coiling around my abdomen. You need to eat, Teddy. You know what you have to eat. The intestine continued to coil. I could feel it sliding around my stomach, stoking the flame of my hunger. I heard the key sliding into the lock of the front door. It's supper time, Ted. The words echoing within my very skull. It was no longer Carl's voice. I heard the door open, Jess calling out that she was home. How long had she been gone? My stomach growled audibly in response. Remember our deal, Teddy. I heard Jess gasp as she entered the kitchen, its disarray startling her. Ted, are you here? She called shakily. My fingers tensed on their own, contorting into claws. Food's getting cold, the voice whispered within my soul. I wish I could say I fought it, that I snapped out of it and got help. I wish I could say I did the right thing, but I didn't. I sit in my kitchen typing out this account. By the time you find this post, and the crushed bones of the woman I love, I will be on a plane back to North Dakota. The hunger is gone for now, but it will be back. I can feel it moving within my stomach now. I won't let it win again. I'm going back to the cave, secluded from anyone else who I could hurt. Back to Carl. Back to where this thing came from. I'm sorry for the mess. On a laminated A4 sheet, there was a logo on the upper corners. Some kind of bird or something similar. But that wasn't what caught my attention the most. What really caught my attention was... God, what a nuisance. There was a hellish amount of text. Are you kidding me? How the hell did they manage to fit so much text into this thing? And here I was thinking Manuel knew how to write small and make use of space when taking surgery notes. Let's see. What does this thing say? In impeccable print, golden and ridiculously large letters headed the document. O Market Family Rules. Omni Market Branch. Night shift. What the hell? Rule number 1. During the night shift, all employees must be inside the facilities before the designated time. 10 p.m. Note: Joel recommends arriving 30 minutes before 10 p.m. What the hell? That is a very curious way of encouraging employees to arrive way earlier than the legal starting time. Rule number... I'm already bored. Yep. I'm definitely not planning to read all that. Could it be that the idiot who hired me gave me this thing as a joke? Because if it was a joke, well, yeah. It was pretty funny. I had to give him that. But if he thought I was going to swallow such an obvious troll and follow all those absurd rules, then the joke was on him. I wasn't going to do it. So I grabbed my bicycle and headed to the supermarket. I ended up arriving 10 minutes before my shift. One of the perks of being obsessed with punctuality, I guess. That means I followed rule number 1. So scary. Jokes aside, I walked through the automatic doors which announced my arrival with a cheerful ding-dong. The store was practically empty. There was only one person. The security guard, a pretty ordinary man. He didn't seem particularly fit, nor was he tall. That was a relief. I wouldn't want to run into someone intimidating. His name tag read, Joel. So this was the famous Joel mentioned in the ridiculous recommendations on the paper. Well, I was glad to know he was just the guard. If I did my job properly, I probably wouldn't have to interact with him much. I don't know why, but I got a bad feeling the moment I saw him. He looked like a jerk. Wait, thinking that about someone I didn't know made me the jerk, didn't it? Whatever. I walked over to him. It's better to know who you'll probably be spending so many hours with several times a week, and to find out whether he was mean or not. Hello, Mr. Joel. How are things going? Normal. By the way, just call me Joel. Ah, right, I almost forgot. They told me your uniform is in the back. The boss's? Yeah, let's say yes. An awkward silence followed. By the way, did you receive this? He pulled out the exact same laminated sheet I had. That thing? Yeah, I thought it was a joke. I folded it and stuffed it in my back pocket. Joel stared at me for a few seconds. Not at all. Read it. Sure. Good. Oh, and one more thing. Yeah? Don't enter or knock on the dairy room door. What? At least not today. Weirdo alert. Okay. Confirmed. The less I talked to this guy, the better. I headed towards the employee area to change. On the way, I couldn't help but notice how empty everything was. I understand it was a medium-sized supermarket, a little far from town, not some huge hypermarket chain or anything like that. But even so, there were only two of us. That made the place feel much bigger than it really was, and also much quieter. It was the kind of silence that makes you think someone is watching you from somewhere. What a creepy feeling. Dang. I hope they're not recording me. I finished changing. A few minutes passed, then a few more, and more. My boredom eventually defeated my discomfort, so I went back to Joel. Quiet night, huh? Pretty much. It's usually like this on the shift. That's a good thing. You should be grateful, like I am. What? The day shift has worse rules. I laughed. Again with that? Do you seriously think those things are real? You don't believe them? He asked, tilting his head and scratching beneath his cap. Of course not. Come on, man. They're just jokes, right? I mean, yeah, I'll admit this all sounds suspiciously similar to those weird internet stories. But that's all they are. Internet stories. Joel remained silent. Could you come with me? Huh? Let's go to aisle 6. Why? Joel seemed to think about it for a few seconds. I can't think of a good reason. Because I'm your boss? He said it like a question. Why the hell did he say it like a question? What a weird guy. Wait, are security guards the bosses of cashiers? I had no idea. But I didn't want to make enemies on my first day. Fine, let's go. Good. We headed to aisle 6. During the walk I confirmed something. Joel was even stranger than I had imagined. It wasn't just because he barely talked. I wasn't exactly sociable either. It was something else. Something difficult to explain. I feel like he's a very apathetic person. Yeah, that was the word. He seemed incapable of caring about anything, as if absolutely everything meant the same to him. Eventually we arrived. Stand here. He positioned me in the middle of the aisle. So, you don't believe in this supermarket's rules, right? Not at all. Come on, don't tell me you do. Obviously not. I'm not an idiot. Oh, here, take this please. He tossed something at me. I caught it on reflex. A teddy bear? Wait, did you call me an idiot? Joel ignored me. He walked over to a shelf and grabbed a package of salt. Joel? He tore it open. Joel? He started pouring the salt onto the floor. He was drawing a circle around me. An uncomfortable knot formed in my stomach. What the hell are you doing? Joel answered without looking at me. Rule number 22. Avoid destroying any stuffed animals, especially the bears in aisle 6, after 10:30. Joel, what the hell? I already know you're an idiot incapable of following instructions. He finished closing the circle. And I also know you're skeptical. His voice remained completely flat, almost bored, while I was trapped in an entirely different world of confusion. But if you value your life even a little, or at least value not dying violently, and if you have a little consideration for me, since I'll be the one cleaning up your guts, you'll stay inside the salt circle. Huh? Then, without giving me any time to process what was happening, Joel pulled out a black knife with a green handle. He shoved it into my free hand and grabbed my wrist. Using my own arm, he drove the blade into the teddy bear's chest. What the hell? Are you crazy? Remember, don't leave the circle. I stepped back. God, I need to request a shift change. I'd quit, but I need the money to pay my student loans. Before I could continue thinking about how much I hated that guy, I heard a crack above my head, a dry sound, slow, like something splitting apart. I looked up. In the spotless white ceiling was a black crack, not black like a shadow, truly black, so black it seemed to devour the light around it. Joel, I think we should report that crack. The crack widened a few more inches. What the hell? The sound changed. It was no longer cracking. It was something wet and viscous. It reminded me of the sound of muscles separating during surgery. But it was coming from the ceiling. How was that possible? A chill ran up my spine from its base to the back of my neck. That didn't look like a crack. It looked like a wound, and it kept opening. More and more and more, until something gave way. The opening tore apart all at once. A cascade of black liquid fell directly onto me. Ugh! The impact made me stumble. But the worst part, the absolute worst part, was the smell. It hit me a moment later. I gagged. It was an unbearable stench, a mixture of sewage, rotting meat, and chemicals. It felt like it was burning my nostrils. Drain water? That was my first thought, but it didn't make sense. There weren't pipes like that up there, right? Then I heard the sound. I froze. What was that groaning sound? Huh? The noise came again, louder. Did it come from above? It came from above, very high above. Slowly, very slowly. I looked up and my brain stopped working. I felt the air leave my lungs. God! The crack was no longer a crack. It was a huge hole, and inside it there was an eye. A gigantic eye. An eye? I took a step back on pure reflex. No, 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 no. That wasn't an eye. There had to be an explanation. It had to be an illusion. Some effect from the liquid and from not having eaten dinner before coming to work. Yeah, that was it. I just needed to look closer. The supposed sclera wasn't white. It was violet, and the iris? God, the iris looked like it was made of layers of impossible colors. Green, yellow, blue, red, all changing at the same time. Like a defective screen. That wasn't an eye. It couldn't be. But it blinked. I felt my heart stop. The iris moved. Left, right, up, down, and finally, toward me. Several seconds of silence passed before the pupil pulsed, releasing more liquid, and then contracted. Its color changed to a sickly shade, something similar to vomit. The entire surface of the eye began to distort. The colors spun, merged, warped, as if I were looking at something that didn't belong in this world. And then it screamed. It screamed. The sound was so brutal that I felt physical pain. My ears started ringing. What the hell is that thing? I wanted to run, get out of there, escape, but then I remembered Joel's words. Don't leave the circle. My gaze dropped to the floor and I noticed something impossible. The salt remained intact, completely dry. I was soaked. The floor was covered in that black substance, yet the line of salt remained perfect as though the liquid refused to touch it. I didn't have time to think further. The eye screamed again so loudly I thought my eardrums would burst. Something exploded inside the hole. A wet sound. Another wave of liquid poured down from above. I crouched instinctively. The black liquid never reached the circle. The moment it touched the salt, it simply vanished, evaporating as though it had struck an invisible wall. "What?" a strange man echoed from the ceiling. I looked up, and the eye was gone. Now it was a hand. A massive black hand attached to an arm that disappeared into the darkness of the hole. That thing seemed to be made of layer upon layer of twisted muscles that bled that black liquid whenever they writhed. The hand remained closed for several seconds. Then it began to open. First the pinky finger, and what was beneath the nail made me want to tear my own eyes out. A tongue. A two-colored tongue covered in eyes, covered with hundreds, thousands of tiny eyes. The tongue slithered toward me, dripping purple liquid, but it stopped. Then the ring finger opened. Instead of a nail, there was a pulsing cavity, like some sort of vulva. The rotten stench that came from it was so intense that my eyes watered. The index and middle fingers unfolded next. Both revealed more eyes, the same impossible eyes, spinning, watching, blinking, all at once. And then I saw the thumb. No, I don't want to describe it. Let's just say it was something so obscene and disgusting that I ended up vomiting. I collapsed to my knees. The retching doubled me over. Fortunately, not a single drop landed on the salt. The thing let out another moan, and finally opened its palm. The flesh split apart like a blooming flower. The joints cracked and a mouth appeared in the center. A gigantic mouth filled with deformed teeth, and in the middle, deep inside, an eye connected to a black mass like the lures of deep-sea fish. For a few seconds we stared at each other. It at me at it. The entire supermarket fell silent, and then it attacked. The mouth lunged forward, like a starving predator. No! I curled into myself, crouching in my own vomit, wailing to feel the teeth tear through me. But it never happened. I opened my eyes. The monstrosity had stopped, barely millimeters away from the salt line, drooling, shaking, desperate, unable to cross it. So, Joel was telling the truth. That thing was actually protecting me. What's happening? I looked around frantically and found Joel. He was sitting there reading a book. Reading a book. Help, Joel, please. Huh? He looked up. Oh, right. He turned a page. I'd forgotten you were there. I wanted to murder him. Seriously, I wanted to murder him. But before I could say anything, Joel sighed, cleared his throat, and shouted with an intensity completely at odds with his apathetic attitude. Oh my god, is that Beyonce? I froze. What? What the hell had he just said? The creature reacted instantly. The shriek it let out was horrifying. It sounded like a crying girl mixed with a pig being slaughtered. Its skin began to bristle. Bulges spread across its entire body. The muscles twisted beneath the surface. The thousands of eyes became bloodshot. Some started crying. Others simply exploded. The creature shuddered and then fled. Its entire arm melted into a bubbling mass. It retreated into the hole and disappeared, sealing the opening as though nothing had happened. The smell left behind was acidic, like laboratory chemicals. I collapsed to the floor, my knees giving out from fear. What the hell was that? Oh, that? Joel had finally stopped reading his stupid book and walked over to where I was. With a lazy movement of his foot, He erased the salt line and extended a hand toward me. Don't worry. I named the eldest one Amara. It seems that thing used to be a teenage girl who was in love with Beyonce. Turns out she was very shy. So that's a good way to scare her off when you screw up. How do you know that? Well, just 'cause. Just 'cause? That's all you're going to tell me? No. Well, yes. Actually, yes. That's all. His attitude made me forget all the fear I felt. My body kept shaking, but not from fear. From anger. I have an overwhelming urge to punch you. Go ahead. I blinked. What? But if you do, I'll take it as a formal acknowledgement that you understand something important. You're not in a normal place, and I don't want to spend overtime cleaning up your remains. Okay? Silence fell between us. You're a weirdo. Obviously. That empty smile returned. How do you think I've survived in this place with all those weird rules? I'm sure that was pretty obvious. Now I'm wondering, are you sure you're not an idiot? I thought about it for a few seconds. Then I sighed. Fine, I get it. It's all real. It's all dangerous. And this place is hell. I accept all of that. I just want to punch that empty smile off your face. Correct. Can I hit you now? Okie dokie. Joel spread his arms as though he were expecting a hug and closed his eyes. His expression said, "Give me your best shot." Curiously, at that moment, I was more annoyed with him than frightened by the infernal abomination that had almost devoured me because of him. So I threw the best right hook of my life. And I have to admit, it felt pretty good. Perfect. Joel rubbed his cheek. Your shift starts tomorrow, partner. Don't be late. You know, this time it's not just the usual motivational phrase. You really can't be late. Not even one day. For a second, I thought I saw something move between the lights. I swallowed hard. I ran a hand over my face, still covered in that black substance. I think I already regret accepting this job. There are certain aspects to human existence that, while essential to society, seem to beg no curiosity from outsiders, as a result operating out of sight and out of mind, like many little atlases working in tandem to prop the rest of us up on their shoulders. In most cases, you can chalk up this particular brand of disinterest to an occupation simply being mundane. The logistics of garbage removal or power line maintenance likely doesn't spark much intrigue in the mind of your average Joe. In other cases, though, a profession is ignored by the world at large not because it's boring, but because its mere existence is enough to elicit negative emotions of some kind. No field exemplifies this quality more than the grief industry. Everyone eventually has to engage with a business that deals in grief at some point in their life. But these brushes tend to get compartmentalized alongside the rest of the grieving process in people's heads. Your experience attending or booking a funeral is only clearly present in your mind as it's happening, quickly morphing into a blurry mess of a memory after everything is over and done with, as if you were in some sort of altered state of mind throughout the entire process. This effect has left the funeral industry sitting next to the uninteresting but essential category of enterprises we just spoke about. Which is a shame, because the grief business is anything but uninteresting. As a third-generation funeral home proprietor, I feel qualified to speak on behalf of our industry to tell you some of the odd and noteworthy aspects of our trade. The things I'm about to share with you aren't exactly secrets. If you were to stop me or one of my kind on the street and ask us about the finer details of our craft, we wouldn't hesitate to share them with you. But by virtue of funerals being the tacit taboo that they are, these situations just never seem to occur. And the knowledge and stories never end up leaving our community. Perhaps the power of the internet will allow some of these vignettes to finally escape our little slice of humanity. When I was 12 years old, my dad, who had long been in charge of our family's business, began giving me some small responsibilities at our funeral home. No doubt setting in motion the process that would eventually lead to me taking over his role one day in the distant future. I was tasked with arranging flowers, printing memorial pamphlets and prayer cards, and various odd jobs that the few funeral attendants and assistants employed by the home were normally entrusted with, such as pulling weeds in the garden or cleaning the windows. Well, the funeral home had been in our family for about 60 years at that point, having been purchased by my grandfather in the 1940s. It had been in operation since 1912. Well, the rickety Edwardian building frequently gave me the creeps in my younger years. There's never been any reason to believe that the structure may be haunted in any capacity. No specters have ever been spotted wandering the narrow hallways, nor have any disembodied voices been heard calling out to lone workers burning the midnight oil. No, a potential haunting isn't necessary to make one feel a little unnerved in a place dedicated to housing and mourning the dead. But these heebie-jeebies felt by my younger self would fade over time. You'd be surprised how normal anything can feel if you're around it for enough time. Out of all the little obligations given to me by my father, my favorite one by far had been greeting guests, doing a job that involved not only working with adults, but also directing them in some manner gave me a sense of importance rarely felt by a 12-year-old, even if the extent of my power had simply been to tell guests which hallway they had to walk down. On one of these occasions, when I was entrusted with greeting the guests attending the day's funeral, something unexpected would happen. An event that would go on to have a permanent place in my mind as a light bulb memory. It was an unseasonably hot autumn day at the end of October. I was stationed a few meters away from the front door and guests had been streaming in at the usual pace. The short periods of downtime were split up by large groups and solo guests alike, passing through the threshold and then waiting for me to tell them what they should do next. The guests themselves were dressed in varying levels of formality, as always. Everything from inappropriately flashy tuxedos to crassly casual t-shirts and jeans could be seen clothing the individuals walking into our home. But one thing would be consistent. Everyone would be wearing black. While other cultures don different colors in periods of mourning, the standard in Western culture is black. Even if guests have different ideas of what formal wear is, they are generally pretty consistent when it comes to following this one rule. You will see the odd person strolling in wearing bright blue jeans, but even those individuals usually accompany it with a black shirt. On that particular day, though, somebody walked in wearing an outfit I had never seen before in a funeral setting. It was a lanky blonde man donning a fancy, well-tailored suit, every piece of it colored offensively bright red. I remember back then thinking it resembled how a stop sign might look at night, when a car's headlights reflected off of it, almost luminescent, drawing your eyes as if it were a grand neon light and you were some lowly insect. He walked up to me and began to speak with an odd cadence, as if English were not his first language, but at the same time, not making any perceptible mispronunciations or grammatical errors. He simply asked, "Where's the body?" I hesitated for a second, and then told him where to go. I wouldn't say I felt that unnerved. No more than usual, at least. We were used to getting all types walking through our doors. He began to slowly saunter the hallway leading to the viewing room, right as my father entered the front door. He began to talk about some minor gardening problem that required my attention, but abruptly stopped as his gaze shifted down the hallway towards the man in the red suit. The color seemed to immediately drain from his face, and his mouth hung wide open like an idiot. A knot began twisting in my stomach. It's disconcerting to see a parent bulk in obvious fear. After a brief moment of stillness, he uttered, "Oh God," under his breath, and took off down the hallway that leads into the staff-only part of the building. A few seconds later, he emerged from the viewing room, cutting the man in the red suit off. He was carrying a cup filled with a clear liquid, which he promptly threw in the man's face. The man instantly dropped to his knees and began groping his face in obvious pain, but he didn't emit any sound at all. My dad then shouted, "Code White," and soon, funeral attendants were rushing out of various doors into the narrow hallway. At this point, the man in the suit had risen back to his feet and was attempting to walk forward, but my dad bent down and leaned his shoulder into the man's chest, like a defensive football player. Some of the attendants came up behind the man to restrain him from the back, but my dad shouted for them to come around the front to help him push. Soon, there were 4 grown men hunched over, pushing this one person as if they were trying to get a car out of the mud. The man in the suit seemed to not pay any mind to the crowd of shoulders that were pressing into his abdomen. He was laser-focused on the viewing room and kept trying to move forward, despite being pushed back at an increasingly swift pace. Soon enough, the kerfuffle was nearing the front door. My dad yelled out, instructing me to open the door and then close it and lock it behind them once they got outside. I got up, my legs shaking from the adrenaline, and held the door open as if the attendants were merely carrying a coffin or some other heavy thing outside. As they neared the threshold, the man in the suit grew more frantic, breathing heavily and moving erratically. Soon, they were fully out of the building, as I did as I was told and locked the door. A few seconds later, I heard the lock jiggling, followed by my dad and the attendants walking in. The man in the suit, nowhere to be found. Everybody began walking off in different directions. Whatever had just transpired was seemingly over. I ran up and grabbed my dad to ask him what the hell had just happened, but he responded dismissively, telling me, "We'll talk about it when you're older." The day then progressed as if the man in the suit had never showed up. The commotion was upsetting enough, but that wasn't what forever cemented this event in my head. No, that would be the reactions from the other guests. You see, the viewing was in progress the entire time this was happening. Multiple guests were loitering in the front entrance area and walking up and down the hallways, yet not a single one showed any visible reaction to the madness unfolding before them. They didn't fully ignore it. I spotted at least a couple of them looking at the struggle, but they glanced at it in the same manner. One might point their eyes towards a clock on the wall, as if what they were seeing wasn't the tiniest bit out of place. Many years later, as I grew older and my responsibilities in our family business increased, my father would explain what had occurred that day. This was apparently a semi-common occurrence, not just at our funeral home either. Well, there was no documented history or information about these unwanted visitors, as they're commonly called. An oral history can be uncovered if you speak to the right people at FSAC or other such funeral service trade shows. These unwanted visitors typically stroll in wearing some sort of inappropriate color. In the West, they usually appear in either bright red or white, but my father told me he once spoke to a Chinese funeral director who encountered a visitor wearing pitch black attire in his home country, where white is the traditional color for funeral wear. Once inside, their only goal appears to be finding the recently departed lying in their casket. They've been known to string together simple sentences to aid in their search, but nothing more. If one tries to lead a conversation with one of these visitors, they'll simply respond with blank stares. Sometimes, though, no communication is needed, and they can find their way to the viewing area on their own. Usually, someone intervenes before they manage to find the deceased, but if no one does, they'll stop just before the casket and turn their head downward to observe it, much like any other mourner. After a moment, they'll start to sniffle, which soon turns into a whimper, followed by a cry, a sob, and finally, an ear-piercing wail. Neither my father nor I have ever encountered anyone who's experienced this firsthand. But the second-hand accounts we've heard say this wail very much resembles the desperate cry of an agitated newborn. That's where our knowledge stops, supposedly. And again, keep in mind that this is all unverified second-hand info. Everyone who's experienced a visitor wailing seems to experience a momentary lapse in memory. When their awareness returns, the visitor is no longer there. According to these admittedly unreliable sources, in every reported case of a visitor wailing, a member of the funeral party present will end up dying in their sleep the following night. The medical causes for these deaths are supposedly inconsistent, the only commonality between them being that they all occurred when the victim was experiencing a period of deep REM sleep. It's more than likely this is merely a dash of urban legend sprinkled on top of a very real phenomena. But I'm not going to be the first death care professional to play Mythbuster with a potentially dangerous situation like this. I've experienced a grand total of 2 unwanted visitors in my life. One when I was 12, and a second when I was 27. I hadn't yet taken over the business at that point, but I'd long been fully shaped for the role by my father, and I was able to take his place when dealing with the intruder the second time around. After we got him outside, and a very startled administrative assistant had locked the door behind us, the visitor stopped resisting and just walked off around the corner of the building. I ran after him, but upon turning the corner myself, I couldn't find any trace of him. I walked back inside, determined this time to speak to some guests and hopefully understand why they, once again, didn't react at all during that brief period of pandemonium. Every single one I spoke to said the same thing in different words. Give him a break. He's grieving. I'm not entirely sure what mechanism could make rational, run-of-the-mill people so dismissively unaware of something so aggressively unusual, playing out in front of their eyes. But when you've been in this business as long as I have, you come to learn that groups of people grieving together can act highly unusual themselves. I've heard it described many ways, but personally, I like to think of funerals as having a sort of miasma hanging over them. An unseen cloud being breathed in by each and every funeral goer, making them all act in ways they otherwise wouldn't. Take an Irish wake, for example. In our corner of Canada, we tend to host these fairly frequently, and they all follow the same pattern. The family and friends of the deceased will arrive slowly over the first couple of hours, during which the activity of the group seems to be intense sobbing by every attendee, only being intensified as each member of the party pays their respects to the deceased. Imagine everyone you've ever known all together in a room crying uncontrollably at the same time. Slowly, though, as people who haven't seen each other in years stop wailing long enough to start conversating with one another, and as copious amounts of alcohol get passed around, the sobs slowly morph into laughs, and suddenly the whole event turns into a howling drunken party, all with a corpse lying in the middle of it. It's said that the Irish method is one of the healthiest ways of grieving, and perhaps that's true, because the oddities I've observed in conventional North American funeral viewings are far more bizarre. It's a somewhat common occurrence in the funeral viewings we host for a guest to freeze. It always starts with a person's movements gradually slowing, almost like a video clip that's been stretched out. Their eyes will start gyrating in an unnatural, erratic manner, not keeping pace with the body's declining tempo. This will go on until the affected individual becomes fully stuck in place. Their eyes stop gyrating, with the pupils rolling back and only the whites showing. A sufferer may be stationary at this point, but they may not be still. I've had employees tell me stories of freezing incidents in which an affected guest appears to be finely vibrating at a high intensity, almost like a mechanical toothbrush or a massage gun. While this might seem like some sort of extreme medical emergency, it happens to the complete indifference of the other funeral goers. And indeed, this whole situation can be resolved by an attendant simply walking up and shaking the affected person by the shoulders, as if they were waking them up. A situation that's much more difficult to deal with, however, is something we call a Wernicke's eulogy. It's not terribly uncommon for the person reading out a eulogy to occasionally stumble or falter. Not everyone is accustomed to public speaking after all, but very rarely. These mistakes will become more frequent, increasing until the speaker is confidently reciting complete and utter nonsense. This will be received by the rest of the guests as if it were a perfectly normal eulogy, and I've seen some guests start to join in with the speaker, muttering the same absurdities under their breath, much like a partitioner following along in a prayer. It's a relatively harmless thing, but it's notoriously difficult to deal with. An individual reading out a Wernicke's eulogy will not stop. They'll just keep going and going to an audience that doesn't seem to notice the time passing. If you attempt to stop them, the other guests will get upset, acting as if you needlessly put an end to a normal, heartfelt eulogy for their loved one. Because of this, funeral homes have to get creative when dealing with this problem. The most common practice is to set off the fire alarm. The loud, shrieking sirens, combined with everyone being rushed outside, is generally enough of a shock to the senses to break whatever mass trance was holding the guests. I've heard long-winded rants from those in my industry who have an affinity for mysticism about how these sorts of phenomena are supposedly due to the veil that holds our reality together, being at its thinnest in places and situations where life and death meet, and that these oddities are merely natural human reactions to a heightened metaphysical environment. Personally, I'm a little more skeptical. I think the explanation is much simpler. Grief is a very complicated and poorly understood process. I believe it hijacks the mind in a more extreme way than is commonly thought. I'm not sure anybody can completely grasp the concept of a person ceasing to exist. Every society on Earth is built around some religious framework that goes to great lengths to explain how death isn't actually an end, but rather just a change of some sort. Put a bunch of people in a room together who are all being faced with this impossible reality, and of course they're going to behave strangely. If you're reading this and rolling your eyes, assuming I'm making it all up because you yourself have attended a funeral and saw nothing amiss, that's undoubtedly because you were under the same spell as your fellow guests. To really see those oddities in action, you have to be an independent observer, watching a funeral progress from the outside, but this is an exceedingly rare position to be in. Grief is such a powerful thing that we're exceedingly wary of it, even when it's being experienced by others. It's sadly common for individuals to lose friends because grief made them into a sort of leper. That's how powerfully repulsed we are by it, at least in normal situations. What I'm about to tell you is a bit of a taboo in our profession. It's something that's known to most but acknowledged by none. I believe it's a perfectly natural phenomena, but one that's incredibly difficult to come to terms with. Perhaps as difficult as grief itself. As long as people have been dying, so too have they been practicing funeral rites. Even before they were fully human, 240,000 years ago, the Homo naledi, our distant ancestors, would bury their dead deep within the twisting passageways of the Rising Star cave system in modern-day South Africa. They would explore the darkest reaches of these caverns until they found an optimal human-sized slot in the wall that could serve as the permanent resting place for their deceased loved ones, above which they would etch various ritualistic symbols. They had to creatively place fires and use makeshift torches to make their way to these extremely hard-to-reach burial spots, an early indication of how much distance we prefer to have between us and grief. Many epochs later, ancient Egypt would present humanity with its first iteration of a funeral home. Just like today, they served to accommodate the complex and strange rituals people wanted acted out before they buried their loved one and moved on with their life. Just like Homo naledi, the ancient Egyptians kept these morbid activities of death relegated to the underground, with all known ancient Egyptian funeral workshops being found deep beneath the earth. While history's first morticians were toiling away in dark subterranean chambers to chart the way for the rest of us, the earliest known example of a disturbing unnamed human phenomena would be recorded 1,323 years before the Common Era. Egypt's most famous pharaoh, Tutankhamun, would die at the age of 18. His reign was brief and uneventful. By all measures, he was a fairly insignificant leader of the new kingdom. His modern fame isn't a result of anything that happened during his short life, but rather what happened after his death. While most tombs of pharaohs were raided by grave robbers and subsequently left dilapidated and incomplete, Tutankhamun's tomb was pristine and untouched by a time when British archaeologists first came across it 100 years ago. Much of what we know about the funerary traditions of ancient Egypt is because of discoveries made in Tutankhamun's tomb. We know that his coffin was brought across the Nile while weeping commoners watched. We know that oxen pulled his furniture while his sarcophagus was carried into the Valley of the Kings by 12 men, adorned in fine white robes. We also know something else. The sobbing onlookers watching the procession across the Nile is a common point of history, but what isn't discussed nearly as much is what happened after. The mourners were likely arranged as part of the funeral, but once the coffin had fully crossed the river, many of the onlookers jumped into the wide body of water and tried to swim across. Many drowned, but some successfully made it to the other side, where they kept following the procession all the way to the mouth of the underground necropolis. As the cortege made its way into the passageway, the frantic convoy of peasants tried to follow them into it, having to be physically held off by guards. You could explain this situation by assuming these people simply held a deep affection for their deceased leader, but there's reason to believe this isn't the case. Throughout history, and into the modern day, you can find examples of regular people being insatiably attracted to funerals, watching them in the same way a cat might stare at a flock of birds from a windowsill. It tends to come and go in waves, almost like a fashion trend. You won't see it happen for years, and then suddenly, it'll be happening every day. This phenomena has no name. It's something never discussed by my kind, but anyone who's been in this business for more than a few years has likely seen it rear its head. For most of my life, I had never even heard of it, but that would change in 2020. Suddenly, the numbers of guests would start increasing dramatically at every funeral we put on. At first, I thought it was because we were in the middle of COVID, and people just wanted a reason to get out of the house. But then I started noticing onlookers standing outside the graveyard, watching bodies being lowered into the ground. Some of them had binoculars. Others were filming with their smartphones. Eventually, visitors began filming entire funerals with their phones. They'd walk up to the coffin to take selfies with the deceased, something I had never seen happen before. At one point, we instituted a no-camera policy, but visitors would keep taking pictures and videos anyway, just more sneakily. Some funerals would have lines out the door, often to the great surprise of the family who had organized it. Most of these guests wouldn't have a good answer when you asked them how they knew the deceased, and they'd have even worse answers when you asked them why they were there. By the end of 2020, our business began to function more like an art gallery than a funeral home. We had no idea how to stop it. The mourners would always be greatly outnumbered by the spectators, who were inexplicably and ferociously drawn to the whole process. I began to feel like we were acting out artists on the river Ganges for amused Western tourists. In one particularly dark moment, I even considered soliciting donations from them. Instead, we began screening guests before they arrived. It was easy to discern legitimate visitors from the funeral enthusiasts, who were promptly turned away. We had to hire 2 security guards, who would also accompany funeral processions to the cemetery to fend off these onlookers. as if they were paparazzi. It seemed to have solved the existing problems, but new ones would pop up. Break-ins became a frequent occurrence, made all the more disturbing when nothing was ever found missing. We ended up putting up bars on all the windows and replacing our doors with reinforced security doors. Perhaps the thing that unnerved me the most, however, was what I found online one day while checking our company's social media page. We got a request to be tagged in someone's post. It contained a grainy, low-quality photo of a coffin being lowered into the ground. It took a second to register, but I recognized the funeral party. It was one we accommodated. I clicked on their profile and was greeted with an endless gallery of photos and videos of funerals and funeral homes. I was shocked. I had assumed this was only happening to us, but this person seemed to frequent many other such establishments. This appeared to me like the profile of a disturbed individual, the sort that usually posts to a non-existent audience, but that wasn't the case here. Every photo I clicked on had hundreds, or even thousands of likes, with many comments discussing the finer points of whatever funeral-related thing was depicted in the photo or video. I tried clicking on the profiles of some of these commenters, and each led me to a similar page that also contained countless posts about funerals and funeral homes. Some of them were filming funeral vlogs, little 30-second vertical videos depicting the account holder visiting several funerals in one day. Others were showing off their collections of memorial pamphlets and other such funeral memorabilia. I spent a good few hours going down this rabbit hole. I found several voyeur snapshots of our own funeral homes among the endless photos and videos. There was something primally revolting about the whole thing, like it was breaking some unspoken code of human behavior, almost alien-like. I decided to attend OACFP that year, a small trade show aimed towards death care professionals hosted in my native Ottawa. I wanted to see how others had been dealing with this bizarre new interest in funerals the general public seemed to be fostering. To my disappointment, though, nobody seemed to want to talk about it. Every person I asked either changed the subject immediately or stopped talking to me altogether. The convention was hosted at the Brook Street Hotel, which has a large jazz bar just a few meters away from the convention hall doors. I decided to visit it late that night to see if I could buddy up to a convention attendee while they were a few drinks deep, and then bring up the subject while their guard was down. Luckily, I came across a group of 4 people, all draped in lanyards, who had obviously come from across the hall. I sat with them, and we began talking. They told me they hadn't known each other previously. All of them were funeral home proprietors who had met at the convention earlier that day. When the conversation hit a natural silent point, I felt it was a good time to bring up the subject of funeral enthusiasts. The silence then continued. Eventually, though, one of them began to speak. He was an older gentleman who ran a funeral home in Kingston. Unfortunately, much of what he said was information that I had already gathered by being in the middle of this phenomenon myself. There was, however, one thing he mentioned that I did not know. There's a pattern that can be found as to when this trend of funeral enthusiasts seems to pop up. Every single recorded instance appears to occur during periods of mass death. War, plagues, natural disasters. Every time people started uncontrollably flocking to funerals, it either preceded or happened during a time of great tragedy in humanity. When I returned home that night, I consulted my research to see if there was any substance to this theory. Sure enough, Tutankhamun died just 1 year before the onset of the Hittite plague, which would ravage Egypt and the rest of the ancient world. A medieval case in France I found, which had originally been labeled as an example of mass hysteria, occurred the same year the Black Death reached Europe. I then opened the CBC app on my phone and saw a headline that said the COVID death toll had reached 2 million. After reading all of this back, I'm not even sure why I'm sharing this with you. Maybe I'm just in need of somebody who's willing to listen to all this morbid talk of death and grief that seems to make its way into every facet of my life. Like people who are grieving, those of us who work in the death care industry tend to be isolated from the social fabric that weaves the rest of you together. The business of grief can be lucrative, but it's monetizing the worst period of your life. Telling someone you run a funeral home gives them the same feeling as telling them you're a divorce attorney or a payday loan officer, even if I'm adamant that we truly are helping people. The funeral enthusiasts began to peter out in 2023 as COVID died down. I was glad to see it stop and for things to go back to normal, but a tiny sliver of me deep down felt a little sad to see the only legitimate fans of what we do go away. Maybe I'm just chasing after a taste of that attention again, as depraved as that might sound. In any event, if you are still reading this, then you were at least interested enough to make it all the way to the end of my gloomy little rants. And if that's the case, then there's at least one person out there who cared enough to listen, and for that I'm truly grateful. Thank you. Someone brought a camera into work recently. He was likely a homeless man who found it lying around and figured he could get a pretty penny for it. For being 10 years old, it was in decent shape. So, we agreed I'd pay $30 for it. While taking it apart, I realized the SD card had never been removed. It didn't seem out of the ordinary, but it was enough to spark my curiosity. You see, I'd like to believe that I'm the type of guy to keep my head down and stay out of people's personal lives, but business has been slow recently. I have to keep my mind occupied somehow, don't I? One night, I plugged it into my laptop and was quite taken aback by what I had found. Hundreds, if not thousands, of videos were on this thing. Not just any videos. They were vlogs, like a diary someone had kept up to date for the past 6 years. I clicked on the first clip, like anyone would, and quickly found out that this camera belonged to a young woman. She didn't look any older than 19. She had blonde curly hair, bright green eyes, and a smile that radiated innocence and kindness. She had a factor that made her addictive through the screen. It wasn't just her face or her voice. There was something else that made it nearly impossible for me to look away. For the next 3 weeks, I would watch her recordings daily. It was like a TV show that kept you wanting more at the end of every episode. Every evening I'd close the shop, crack open a beer, and watch for hours while she talked about her life in medical school, this guy she found cute, and her hobbies as a painter. I felt guilty though. I wouldn't get home until almost 11 o'clock. By that time, my wife had already gone to bed. One night she prepared a nice meal with candles and everything, but by the time I was home, everything was cold and the candles had burnt out. It was our 10-year anniversary. Oh well. As I kept watching, things became odd. What started off as innocent vlogs turned into footage of yelling and screaming. It was like she was arguing with somebody, except nobody was in the room with her. In one video, she just sat in her dorm filming herself crying for over an hour, followed by footage of her laughing like nothing had happened. Her smile seemed a bit different, maybe a bit wider than usual. I couldn't put my finger on it. I no longer felt the warmth and innocence I felt before. It almost seemed forced or performed. But performed for who? It was just her, alone in her room. But what if it wasn't? What if she wasn't alone? I felt bad. I felt invasive. I felt possessive. But I couldn't stop. The videos gradually kept getting darker and more strange. In some of the footage, she would walk around her dorm covering the mirrors with white towels. She would also film herself painting. It was the same portrait of the same person in every video, but with minor tweaks. There were times I questioned if any of this was even real. There were times it got disturbing. In one piece of footage, she grabbed her curls and stretched them behind her head as far as she could before pinning the skin in place with tacks. My stomach turned as she forcefully inserted the sharp needles into her head, her hands shaking aggressively. I questioned whether I should contact the police or whether this was all just some sick prank. I kept watching anyway. At this point, there were now dozens of portraits scattered throughout her room. I watched while she crawled around, looking through them frantically, like she was searching for an image that didn't exist. She started yelling. I tried to make out what she was saying until... that was it. The video had ended. I tried to click to the next piece of footage, but that was the last one. I pulled out the card and reinserted it, hoping it would give me more. Desperately, I went back to the first video. My chest tightened so hard I forgot how to breathe. Over time, she changed. Not in a gradual way. Not in a natural way. Even early on, there were faint markings on her face. Measurements for something. Her teeth became straighter. Too straight. Sharper. Her cheeks sunk into her skull, folding over one another while she forced a smile. I wanted more. This couldn't be the end. I began searching online profiles that matched her image. I would sit for hours looking through student directories, social media profiles, and missing persons cases. The blue light of my laptop began burning my eyes, but I kept going. I searched for names, numbers, dates, schools, everything. I found nothing. It started consuming me. I stopped eating. I forgot about my family. I forgot about my store. I had to find this girl. I noticed my appearance in the reflection of the shop window. I was paler. My cheeks were sharper, sinking into my face like hers had. I could even see blue veins peeking through my forehead. My eyes seemed deeper into my skull. My body was gray, a familiar gray. It doesn't matter. It was all probably just in my head. I needed to focus on finding her. I was sitting in my room. I stood the old camera on my desk. The blonde wig sat awkwardly on my head. Not perfect, but close enough. My name is... I paused for a moment. What was my name again? I heard a faint call from upstairs. It was my wife. I ignored her. Anyway, I said to the camera. The red recording light blinked almost like it was in sync with my heartbeat. Today was my first day of medical school. My reflection in the bathroom mirror stole my wife 3 days ago. I know how that sounds. If someone else posted those words, I'd assume they were insane. But before you decide if I'm crazy or not, let me tell you what happened. I'd been standing in the bathroom admiring the progress in my weight loss journey. 30 pounds gone. My torso looked tighter, my shoulders broader. Everything was looking good. Maybe not my face. I had a strange look. I remember thinking it was judgmental. Not what I thought my normal face looked like. It was more like I was looking down at someone. Anyway, just then my wife came into the bathroom behind me and wrapped her arms around my waist. She told me I looked good. She started kissing my neck and running her hand slowly up my thigh. She started guiding me toward the bedroom. Before I followed her, I turned back to turn off the bathroom light and glanced back at the mirror. My reflection was screaming. Its mouth stretched wide, eyes bulged and angry, fist pounding against the glass. There was no sound, just the reflection trying to rip through the mirror. I closed my eyes and shook my head real fast, trying to rattle something loose in my brain. I opened my eyes again. The reflection was normal. I laughed it off. Blood wasn't exactly flowing to my brain at the moment. I turned off the light and closed the bathroom door. The next morning, I nearly died trying to shave. I still shaved the old-fashioned way, scalding hot water in the sink, a brush with cream and a straight razor. When I finished, I leaned down to rinse my face. Suddenly my head slammed into the sink. Scalding water flooded my eyes. I tried to pull back, but something forced me down. The underside of the faucet smashed into the back of my head. The air escaped my lungs in an underwater scream. Panic exploded through me. I crawled blindly through the water until I found the drain stopper and yanked it free. The water finally began to drain. I staggered backward, gasping for air. My face felt like it was on fire. The mirror above the sink was fogged from steam, but through the haze, I could have sworn my reflection was smirking, like it knew exactly what had happened. I splashed cold water from the faucet on my burning face and eyes and looked up at the mirror again. The expression on my reflection was gone. It was just me. It had been my imagination. Or that's what I kept telling myself anyway. Later that afternoon, I decided to prove it. I locked myself in the bathroom and stood in front of the mirror. The reflection looked immediately angry. It wasn't me, though. It was the thing in the mirror. Its face wasn't burned like mine, which was red and blistered. Then it raised its hand and gave me the middle finger. I froze. The reflection started shouting and gesturing like it wanted to fight. Still no sound, just a pissed-off version of me. So in typical angry me fashion, I returned the gesture, flipping it off. That was not a good idea. Its face filled with rage. It began slamming its fists against the inside of the mirror. Crack. A spiderweb of fractures exploded across the glass. At the same instant, pain shot through my hand. I looked down. My hand was balled into a tight fist. Blood dripped from my knuckles. When I looked back up, there was a bloody smear across the mirror. The thing behind the glass held up its hands. They were clean. No blood. I don't remember deciding to remove the mirror. I just remember running to the garage for tools. When I returned, the reflection looked afraid. It pressed its face against the glass, desperately watching me unscrew the mounting bolts. It hammered against the inside harder and harder, creating new cracks. I finally removed the last bolt. The mirror came free. The reflection screamed silently as I carried it outside. I threw it into the dumpster. The glass, and the reflection with it, shattered. For a few days, we went without a mirror. My wife hated it. Eventually, she convinced me to install a new one, which I finally did a couple of days ago. I never told her why I'd gotten rid of the first mirror. Who would believe me? Hell, I barely believe myself. This morning, after my workout, I found myself standing in front of the new mirror, admiring my progress. The exact same thing I had been doing when this all started. This time, however, my face carried a bit of disappointment from all that had happened. Not to mention the pain from the burns. My wife walked into the bathroom. I saw her reflection before I felt her touch. Her hand slid around my waist. Her lips brushed my neck. I smiled. Then something felt wrong. I turned around. The bathroom was empty. My wife wasn't there. My stomach dropped. I looked back at the mirror. Inside it, my wife was still kissing me. My reflection turned and smiled. The two of them began walking toward the bedroom. I started screaming, banging on the glass, yelling at them to stop. My reflection reached back toward the bathroom door, toward the side of the mirror I was standing on. It switched off the light and closed the door behind it, leaving me standing alone in the dark. An odd man gave me a strange gift. It is a box that I can't open. I was walking to the subway station. It was raining, which hadn't been foretold on the Weather Channel, so I plastered a stolen newspaper over my head. I looked down towards the wet pavement and away from the onslaught so that my glasses would stay dry. This didn't work. The water was sliding down my forehead and dripping off of my cheeks. There was a jingling sound. Rattle, rattle. Several coins bounced around a paper cup. I didn't look up. I just patted my pants pocket as if to say, nothing here. and kept moving. "You've got $8.75, the man shouted. His voice boomed above the sound of the downpour. Yes, I had exactly that. That's twice the subway fare, I thought. 4 loonies and a quarter multiplied by 2 trips. It was a smart trick. I wondered, though, how he knew I was carrying an extra quarter. I'd brought it for the shopping cart at the supermarket, where I'd stop after work. "You have something for me," he cooed. His gimmick had stopped me, and now, well, I was stood still. He stepped in front of me. His grin showed his horse's teeth, yellowed and jutting outward. He had a nose like an eagle's beak, curved, sloped into a drooping point. His ears stuck out and sagged like a crow's, and his long neck arched like a swan's. He had flaming orange hair that, where it had become damp from the rain, faded into a murky copper color. He was a very ugly man. "I'm sorry. I need it," I said. I peered at him from above the frames of my glasses. My eyes were cautious. I tried not to portray my frustration. The newspaper flapped angrily as the wind picked up speed. I moved to continue my path. Splash. The sole of my rubber boot slapping against a cloudy puddle. "I've got something for you." I paused again. His smile was wider, toothier, and the golden caps that decorated his molars peeked around the corners of his upturned mouth. He spun and stooped down to his sleeping place. His bed was a rain-soaked and sun-bleached blanket. On it there was a scattering of items. Sodden strips of cardboard, a dirty yellow bucket full up with water, an assortment of pens, pencils, and markers. A folded gray jumper served as a pillow. There was one more thing. A large box made of wood. He scooped it up and thrust the heavy trunk into my chest and, wanting not for it to crash down onto my flimsy shoes, should he let go, I gripped it firmly with both hands. I watched as the newspaper was ripped away by the tempest, thrashing about in the air, flashing the words Toronto Star at me before disappearing behind the fog. "Don't look inside. Keep the lid shut." "I don't want this. I can't take it on the train," I stammered, and I looked up towards him, but he wasn't there. My head swiveled left and right. I couldn't spot him, but I could feel that the ugly man's gaze was on me, his figure obscured by the sheet of falling water. My glasses were of no use, streaked with rain. Crack. A thunderclap sounded, and a bolt of lightning illuminated the street, so I broke out in a run for the metro without another word. I was at the turnstile. I tried to fetch the fare that was tucked in my pocket. I couldn't reach it, I realized, because my hands were full with the box. A curt "hello" attracted the attention of the ticket inspector, and I passed the chest to him as I slotted the change into the machine. Clink, clink. The gate opened. For a moment, a few seconds at least, I thought I might leave the box with the attendant. The wet trunk had begun to soak his crisp white shirt sleeves. He gazed at it intently, his face revealing a mixture of confusion and interest. He was inspecting it in more depth than I had, and I became curious of it myself, so I snatched it back from him. I stepped onto the platform and didn't meet his eye as he watched me depart. While I sat on the train, I tried not to stare at the obtuse, cumbersome thing. I thought that, the less attention it received from me, the less it would receive from other nosy commuters. I glanced around at the weary expressions worn by the train car's passengers, explained by a quick check of my digital watch. 7:34 a.m. Some of their tired eyes twitched towards my box. My head had begun to ache. I was clenching my jaw. I watched the dreary cityscape slide by as the train surfaced. The wet window concealed the finer details, but I was familiar with the view. This was my usual route, of course. Slick concrete littered with colorful graffiti filled the foreground. Mirrored high-rises spiraled towards plump, rain-filled clouds and echoed the harsh gray of the overcast sky. Lake Ontario, could be glimpsed where a crumbling brick wall had been hastily replaced by a chain-link fence. Without the sun to illuminate its rippling waters, the great lake resembled a slab of smooth stone. The window was consumed by darkness as the subway dipped back beneath the street. Reflected in the black glass was me, my box, and the man who had silently taken his place next to me. "I'll take that from you," he said to me. His voice was a low grumble. He was a large man. His hulking figure occupied 1.5 seats, and though one sat vacant to his right, his bulk encroached upon my space. He dwarfed me in height. Where I was a measly 5 feet and 4 inches, his sturdy frame surely exceeded 6 feet. I tore my eyes from his reflection and did not look at him. I shook my head. No. "Please?" He stretched a thick, meaty hand towards the box, caressing the damp wood. I slapped it away. "Mine." As he recoiled, I rose from the bench. The metal doors creaked open shortly after I stood. I scurried off the train, several stops before my own, to thwart the would-be thief. I walked the rest of the way to work, 1/2 of a mile, pelted by the steady downpour. My rubber boots squelched on the elevator's carpeted floor. Drip, drip. Water slid off of my drenched suit jacket and trickled onto the rug. I pressed 9 with my elbow. I had a meeting, some hubbub about an upcoming project, but I wanted to visit my office first. Numbers flashed on a red 7-segment display as the elevator rose slowly. 1, 2, 3, and then the elevator stopped. The door slid open. There was a scoff. "Gee, look at you," Deuce said. He lifted his arm to his face, covering his mouth, and disguised his mocking laughter as a cough. I couldn't stand Deuce. I did not offer any pleasantries in response. He gripped his suitcase firmly and entered the elevator without another word, though I could see the edge of his lips tightening into a smirk. His boss, Helen, stood behind him. Her gaze was fixated on him, a scowl forming on her face. She nodded to me in greeting. I nodded back. The elevator began up, 6 floors until mine. But just 2 floors had passed when I began to feel uneasy. Deuce and Helen's eyes were on me. I could feel it. On my box. I squeezed the chest so tightly that a wooden splinter lodged in my pointer finger. It burned red. Painful. Ouch. To protect me and to protect my box, I turned around. I tucked my head and huddled around the trunk. I stared at the blank metal panels that decorated the elevator walls and the thin black seam between them where they met in the corner. The two shifted. They shuffled their feet, and their heads turned to me, but I shielded the box with my shivering body. 6, 7, 8, and then 9. I sprinted into my office. I locked the door. I pulled the blinds shut and turned the lights off. I closed the curtains on the window that overlooked the city. I sat at the desk, the old chair groaning beneath our weight, and really looked at the box for the first time. It was wood, yes, but what kind I couldn't know. As the rain had changed the color and texture of the grain, there were 2 leather straps with brass knuckles that secured the lid. The edges were worn and faded, the uncured hide visible through the cracks. There were 2 zip ties, made of ribbed white plastic. There were many elastic bands wrapped around the box, 100 or more thin strips of tan rubber. There was a very, very small lock on the box's golden clasp. It was no bigger than the tip of my pinky finger. "This strange gift is a box that I shouldn't open," he told me. "Do not open it." But what was inside? When I rattled the chest, there was no sound. It sounded empty. Was nothing inside? Why had the man given it away so eagerly? Why had everyone wanted it so badly? I wanted to know. I had to know. In this box, what was there? I undid the metal fasteners and removed the strips of leather. I turned them over in my hands, and on the soft back, they had been branded with 1 word each. The first read, greed. The second read, Envy. I tossed them in the plastic wastebasket. Then I plucked them back out and stuffed them in the locked desk drawer so nobody else would find them. I took a pair of scissors to the cable ties. They had text too. Black permanent marker had inscribed on them, Hunger and Yearning. They went into the drawer too. I used the scissors again on the rubber bands. I could have stretched them around the box, one by one, but I needed to know what was inside of it. I needed to know now. As they shrunk back into tiny fragments of stretchy cord, they made a noise which, if I were crazy, I would say sounded like the word curiosity. But I'm not crazy, so it sounded like elastic bands breaking. Their remnants went into the drawer. I stuffed a bent paper clip into the tiny lock. I wiggled it around, jammed it in there, stabbed at the mechanism wildly. It didn't work. I turned the box onto its side and picked up my metal stapler. I slammed it down and down and down again onto the little lock. I held it in place with my left hand, pinching it between my splintered finger and my sweaty thumb. I brought the stapler down again. I brought it down on my thumb. Foolishness, I cursed beneath my breath. But the lock had sprung open. I threw it into the drawer so quickly that it nearly bounced out. I righted the box and wenched the lid apart. Creak. The hinges squealed. I was vibrating with excitement, my teeth chattering when I peered inside. There was emptiness. There was certainly nothing at all. I reached into the box, thrashing my hand about, and grasped at the lack of anything. But there was something. There was a word engraved in the bottom of the box. I traced it carefully with my finger, felt each letter, searched for more on the four walls and on the top, but there was just one. Hope, it said. $10,000 for pulling teeth. That was the job description. I don't think the words even registered before I clicked accept. I saw the pay and booked the gig as fast as my thumb could move. Within minutes, I was in my mom's pickup, heading out towards the address listed in the app. The infamous side gigs app, the latest craze in the gig economy. We've come to know and love. The jobs aren't always as weird and cryptic as this one, but the tame ones don't pay as well either. When I first signed up, I started with conventional stuff. Food delivery, taxi service, amateur landscaping. Not a lot of effort if you're willing to accept minimal pay. But if you really want to make a living, you gotta scroll all the way to the bottom. That's where the good stuff lives. The odd jobs. The jobs that pay well because nobody is willing to do them. Now, it's not what you think. The app does its best to filter out the sexual stuff. The jobs are just odd. The first one I took had a heading that read, Big pile of rocks need moving. No other details. $500 offer. $500 to move rocks? I could hardly believe it. The address alone was enough to scare off a casual browser. I showed up to a dusty trailer park with a wheelbarrow and some gloves in the back of my car. I thought I'd be met with some pet project. A new driveway, perhaps. Nope. A fidgety man with 2 teeth greeted me in dusty blue overalls. He packed his lip and pointed to the pile of boulders in his front lawn. Said I just needed to move them to the back. When I asked where, he simply replied, wherever, before hobbling back inside. I didn't understand, but I obliged. The job took about an hour. I offered to do more, but the man refused. He tossed me a stack of bills and waved me off. I sat in the truck in silence. The money felt heavy in my hand as I tried to make sense of what I'd just done. Just when I thought it couldn't get any stranger, the man came back out of his house. He must have thought I already left. Probably best he didn't see me lingering. I pulled out slow as he walked in a hurry to the back of his trailer. He approached the new pile of rubble and began carrying one of the boulders back to the same spot I moved it from. I couldn't believe it. What was the point? Why pay so much to move the pile? Did he just like watching dudes carry rocks to his backyard? I spent the whole drive home turning it over in my head and came up with nothing. Some jobs don't make sense. I learned to live with that. I didn't fret over this interaction for long. I took another job after that made me forget all about it. A woman paid me to come name her kittens. She claimed she made a deal with an entity a long time ago that would lay waste to all that she claimed in exchange for some heroin, having someone else name her belongings as a way to circumvent that. Or so she said. I sat on her shag carpet for an hour with a litter of 6 kittens, trying out names until she felt safe. I left with $600 and the smell of kitty litter on my clothes. That same day I was picking up a bouquet of flowers for someone's mom. You really never know what you're gonna get. Sure, the gigs can get a little creepy, but it honestly doesn't bother me. I'm making a good living and my days are interesting. That's good enough for me. Unfortunately, my family doesn't see it the same way. When they found out I flunked out of college and didn't have a real job, they had a lot to say about it. Shameless, disgraceful. My mom called me a loser during one of her wine-induced tirades. I'll admit, I'm not the son you brag about to your friends. I don't have a snazzy degree and trophy family like my siblings. But hey, I'm happy with who I am. That's more than most people can say. Sure, the work I do is strange, but it's not like I'm doing anything dangerous. Or so I thought. I was scrolling side gigs on my couch when I came across the job. $10,000 to pull a tooth. I drove to the address as quick as I could. Didn't want to risk someone trying to double book the gig. The house was nestled out in the woods on the nice part of town. A wall of sycamores opened up to reveal a white 2-story sitting atop a grassy hill. The house was fancy looking, but the vibes were off. No cars in the driveway, not a single light on inside, and yet everything was clean and well kept. The yard, the exterior, the driveway, it just felt empty. I tried to knock 3 times, but the door cracked open on the second rap. "Are you here for the job?" The man was short, pasty, and wearing a robe. He had a small ring of hair around his head, and the bushiest eyebrows I think I've ever seen. His eyes were almost as large as his smile. Yeah, that smile was wicked. Thick, brick-like teeth jutted in every direction. It was hard to look anywhere else. "Oh, yeah, I'm Dave." I reached out my hand to shake his. He ignored the gesture and pulled back the door to let me inside. I stepped into the dimly lit entrance. "So the job said you needed a, tooth pulled?" I asked anxiously. He started down the hall in front of me and waved me to follow. The entrance was bare like the outside. The walls were a cold gray. Light from silver fixtures illuminated dark tile beneath us. There were no pictures, decor, or furniture of any kind. The aesthetic was surgical, clean and cold. "Let's talk when we get to the room," he said very calmly. His voice was chirpy like a cricket. I was starting to feel the pressure now. Every step further down the creepy hallway was a step further from safety. Everything about this felt wrong. We continued for a few long minutes before turning the corner into a room. Plastic wrap crunched under my feet as I entered. It looked like a scene out of Dexter. The room was gray like the rest of the house, bare except for an old chair sitting at the center, and a cracked porcelain bathtub in the corner. Beside the chair sat a tall metal desk. An array of surgical tools glinted under the fluorescent lighting. Ugh. I started backing out before he interrupted me. I know. My apologies. This must appear sinister." He plopped himself in the chair and started adjusting against the seat back. "I'll cut to the chase. I need dental work." A chuckle escaped me. I'm no dentist, sir." He chuckled in response. "Yes, of course not. You see, I'm in a bit of a bind. I'm an immigrant. I came here a long, long time ago from a place I'm sure you've never heard of." His voice was chittery, like an insect. I couldn't pin down the accent. He pressed a small lever beneath the chair and leaned back. The fluorescent light dilated his pupils until his eyes were nearly completely black. "I've been tardy on my citizenship. and have gotten myself on our government's radar. I'd prefer to save myself a doctor's visit if I can. At least until my citizenship issue is dealt with. No need to raise any more eyebrows. Nothing about his rationale made sense. Even if all of this were true, why would anyone pay a random guy to do dental work? So you're willing to pay me $10,000 just to pull a tooth? I tried to quietly step back, but the crunch of plastic wrap gave away my unease. He laughed this time, a long, hearty laugh. No, no, dear boy. I'm going to pay you $20,000 to pull my tooth. My heart nearly skipped a beat. $20,000? No need to tell me twice. I quickly walked up to the metal tray beside him and picked up a small pair of surgical pliers. Which tooth? He grinned. Top left, all the way back. It's infected and I'd prefer to just take out the whole thing. I have lots more after all. He laughed again, then opened his mouth wide. It was unnatural, like a serpent welcoming its next meal. I didn't waste any time. Within seconds I was clamping the pliers down on his large brick tooth. The tooth wasn't loose or discolored at all. It felt firm under the pliers. That's when I got a good look at the rest of his mouth. How many teeth does a normal adult have? 30-something? I counted 30 on the top alone. They were crowded. Some branched out of the gums like gnarled porcelain, while others simply butted between larger teeth. But they weren't dirty. They were clean. Pearly white. I was stuck in a trance until I heard him say, "Go ahead." The words were muffled from my hand in his mouth, but he sounded sure of himself. I clamped down and pulled. Nothing. I thought I must have heard him, but he simply offered a thumbs up and returned to staring at the ceiling with his mouth agape. I yanked again. No luck. Again. A little more give that time. One more. Plop. I almost fell backwards but caught my balance at the last moment. The large tooth was finally out. Bits of gum tissue and nerve endings hung loosely at the base. I dropped it on the metal table beside the chair and decided it was time to talk business. So, about the money. 40,000, he muttered. His body remained fixed in the chair. His eyes were glazed and blood dribbled down his chin from my handiwork. 40,000? For one tooth? He chuckled, blood spraying across my shirt and catching me in the face. I started frantically wiping it off. No, 40,000 for you to keep going. I smeared what remained of the blood off my forehead and took another step back. How many teeth? He spat a clot of blood onto the plastic wrapping below and sunk back into the operating chair. Until I say stop. He shot me a bloody grin and opened his mouth once more. A rational man would have ran. For some reason, I couldn't bring myself to. Maybe the other jobs just desensitized me. Maybe the money was too good to pass up. Whatever the reason, I decided to let it play out. I got to work on the other side of the mouth. This next tooth was smaller and round, not bricky like the first one. It popped out with a loud click. The blood really started to flow now. He didn't even wince. Same as the first time. I pulled the tooth beside it, working my way around the morbid ring of enamel. 2, 3, 4 teeth. The blood was getting unmanageable. He kept having to take spit breaks, just so I could see what I was doing. The swelling in his head was gnarly. Then came the pain. Small whimpers and groans escaped the strange man. His hands were tight and pale as he gripped the armrests at his sides. The sight was unbearable. The bloody pliers were heavy in my shaking hand. Bile was building in the back of my throat. I took a shallow breath and started backing away, but he gripped me by the forearm before I could get far. Sick. His mouth was so swollen he could barely speak at this point. 60,000. Don't stop. 60,000? There's no way he's telling the truth. 60,000 for this? And yet, I chose to believe. I swallowed hard and got back to work. The next hour is hard to remember. I just kept going. I was on autopilot, mechanical, emotionless. His whole head was twice its original size now. He was choking and moaning in pain as I tore through whatever remained. I must have gone through 40 teeth at this point. About halfway through, I stopped collecting them on the metal tray. I let them fall to the waxy, plastic-covered floor. I tried to remain focused, but questions kept bubbling up in my mind. What kind of being chooses this? Who would pay thousands of dollars to have his own teeth torn out? I reached for the next tooth with my pliers, but nothing remained. I removed them all. Every single one. I turned away from the mess in front of me and vomited on the floor. I was trying to compose myself when the man began to stir. He stumbled out of the chair and began making his way toward the porcelain tub in the corner of the room. His whole body from the nose down was covered in crimson. The pain crippled him. Pressing his broken body to the floor, he got on his knees and felt his way to the rim of the tub. His eyes were swollen shut so he could no longer see. I watched in horror as he dropped the blood-stained robe and practically fell into the tub. Ice water splashed onto the wrapped floor, sending a wave of teeth and gore lapping at my feet. The broken enamel chattered at my blood-stained boots as if they were still anchored to a mouth. He sat himself up and rested his large head against the back of the tub. It was surreal watching this bobble-headed thing try to collect itself. Its eyes were swollen shut, gums spilling out of the middle of its stretched lips like loose intestines. Then I heard a sound. A wheezy laugh. His body jerked and spasmed as chuckles escaped the small gaps in his face. Just then, I heard loud raps upstairs. Tiny footprints were approaching from somewhere above. None of this was making any sense. I had to get out. I sprinted back the way I came. The fluorescent lights above pulsed overhead as I made my way to the exit. I could still hear the laugh, the sound of many things making their way to the bloody mess I helped create. I was a few strides from the front door when something snagged my foot and sent me tumbling into the door frame. I shook the fall off and frantically wrapped the culprit off my foot. It was a bag. A dark bag that blended into the black tile floor so well I could barely see it. Stacks of bills were spilling out the top. This was my payment. Someone, or something, arranged for me to have it. I grabbed the 2 black duffels and made my way out the door. Before I knew it, I was peeling down the long cement road under the cover of sycamores. I'm not sure what to think about what happened that night. I haven't even bothered to check the bags of cash. They're still in the back of my car. A bloody reminder of the hell I put myself through for money. When I close my eyes, I still see him. I can't get the image out of my head. The toothless thing convulsing in the bathtub. As I sit here in bed, a sound startles me. It's side gigs. I received a new message. It's the man from yesterday. Just a single line of text. An ominous 4 words. Same time next week. I want to start by saying my daughter is a completely normal kid. She's 4. She draws horses that look like lumpy clouds. She asks why the sky is blue at least 3 times a week, even though we've answered it. And her current thing is stickers. She puts them on everything. I found one on the bathroom mirror this morning. She is not a weird child. She is not an anxious child. She does not watch things she isn't supposed to watch. I want all of that on the record before I tell you what happened. She was at the kitchen table when I came downstairs. She does this every morning. She gets herself set up with a piece of paper and her crayon box before anyone else is even awake. I'm used to walking down to find her mid-drawing, totally focused, not even noticing I'm there. I made coffee. She slid a piece of paper across the table at me without looking up. It was our house. She draws it the same every time. Same boxy shape, same lopsided chimney in the corner that she's weirdly proud of. Our family lined up in front of it in a row. Stick figures with her little scribbled attempt at our names floating above each head. I counted the figures. 6. I have 3 kids. My wife and I make 5. I counted again. Still 6. The extra figure was at the back, half tucked behind the house like it was leaning out from behind the wall. It was taller than all the others. She'd drawn it in black crayon and pressed down hard enough that the paper had torn slightly along some of the lines. She hadn't put a name above it. I sat down across from her. "Hey," I said. "Who's this one?" She didn't look up from what she was working on. "That's the one who watches from the yard," she said. I kept my voice even. "What do you mean, watches from the yard?" "At night," she said, like it was obvious. "When you turn the lights off, she stands out in the yard and watches the windows." I asked her what the figure looked like. "She," I said, because my daughter had said she without hesitating. My daughter looked up at me then. She does this thing when she thinks you're being slow about something, where she tilts her head a little to the side. "She looks like Mom," she said, "but her eyes are wrong." I picked up the drawing and went upstairs. My wife was still in bed. I sat on the edge and handed her the picture without saying anything. I watched her look at it, watched her face. She went quiet in a way that wasn't normal quiet. "I had a dream last week," she said, her voice slower than usual. "I was standing in the backyard. It was nighttime. I was looking up at the house, at the windows, looking in at all of you." She stopped for a second. "I don't think it was a dream." We haven't said anything to the kids. I've been checking the locks at night. I don't know what else to do with this. I don't know how my 4-year-old knew what my wife dreamed, or whether she did know somehow, or whether there's something else going on that I don't want to think about too hard. The drawing is still on the kitchen table. I haven't moved it. I don't really want to touch it again.